We are live, just to let everybody know. I'm Roger Steinbrock, the communications and events manager for the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I know it's going to be a kind of a tight squeeze tonight. I apologize for that. Since we have this hybrid concept of Zoom, we only have a few locations that are available for this type of thing, and this is where we normally have our meeting. Number one, City Hall is being used right now at another meeting, and I think it's going to be ending. So we had to we've always tried to piece these things together so we can go back to back on the meeting. So I do apologize for the crampedness, but hopefully we're all family here and we can get along here in this wonderful town that we live in. A few notes on public comment once we get to that part of the agenda. When the chair calls for public comment, individuals attending in person will be recognized and will approach. I'm going to have you sit here to speak in this seat because it's got a microphone right there so you can be heard to both on Zoom and the people in the room. We do ask you to speak up because it is, I think actually sound's going to be a lot better for this meeting tonight because we have so many people here. It deadens the room a little bit. So that will help. And since the meeting is on Zoom, we ask people to speak clearly. Individuals participating on Zoom should just use the raise the hand function to indicate they wish to speak. And then please leave your virtual hand raised up until you're called upon to speak when it comes to the public comment time. So we want to remind people on Zoom that the meeting is being recorded and broadcast in the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting. When you are not speaking, the chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me, and hopefully I do see them. It looks like I need to get some more people in as well. And then unless you're participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the activity meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you're participating, please turn on your video. And then if you have any trouble, you can send me a chat and we'll get you taken care of. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individuals' videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. We do ask the people that are in the meeting to be our advisory board to have their cameras on during the meeting so they can take part in the discussion. And I know we've got Pat, if you would, and Andrea. I guess I'm doing your roll call for you there
That's
a little
all right.
bit.
Thank
so.
you.
I think we got everybody here tonight. With the one seat that is open right now. So I will turn over the proceeds to our chair, Jackie Becker.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for attending. Amazing to see such community outreach today. So we first will have to approve our minutes from the December 12th meeting, and I'll be looking for a recommendation.
This is Amber Nickel, board member, and I move to approve the December minutes.
Carolyn Hull, second.
We have a first from Amber and a second from Marilyn. All those in favor of approving our minutes?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I don't know who Deborah is.
There's
Yeah, he's
Joe. Oh,
got-
I see that up
he's-
there.
he has the- he's the
Got it.
thing on
Okay,
there.
great. All in favor, aye? None opposed? Perfect. Motion passes. All right, so now we're moving into public comment, and there were, I believe, 72.
No, that's
No,
for
that's-
the
That's,
minute. Yeah, this is just general public comment
Okay,
for things
so-
that are not on the agenda.
all right, so is there anybody in this room that would like to discuss something other than the Parks and Recreation fees? All right, come on in, welcome.
You're wanting to speak?
Yeah, not about, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oddly enough.
Hello.
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 So I've met a lot of you before, so thanks for having me back. A little bit, name is James Greason. I guess, I live here in a community. I'm a dad and a coach to many things, but the reason why I'm here is baseball. So last year I had a little thing I put on called Why Not Baseball? And that was when I was here talking to you. And a lot of things were addressed and a lot of things were not. And I thank you for the things that were addressed. Mounds were taken care of. We did get fall ball. We had 8 teams show up for the first time ever, but again, it was the first time that we were ever asked to have fall ball. So that worked out pretty good. The big one is just because you fix the mounds doesn't mean you maintain the mounds. They had holes within a week again. Maintenance is the issue, not necessarily the fix them. So just thanks for doing it, but let's not stop. A big one was security that happened. During fall ball, we had a younger gentleman, probably middle school, early high school, climbing the fence. And we've been told that we would have security there at all times, and there was no one. In fact, we called the cops to try to get this kid down off of the fence. And eventually, after some stern yelling from the dad side of me, he got off and ran away. But yeah, the whole time we've been told that there would be somebody, a representative there to assist, and there was not. Otherwise, that would have been taken care of. And even going forward, they need to be there before the actual game time starts, because we're there 45 minutes to an hour early. So that needs to happen. But to go back to something I brought up safety wise was AEDs. Obviously, a week ago, we found out AEDs save lives. And we need to reconsider having the person on site that we're told that will be there capable of giving CPR, first aid kits, and AEDs. That has to be redone. To revisit. Umpires. It's gonna be a problem again this year. We've got to pay for the umpires. Got to. They have to have their apparel paid for. They have to have shoes paid for. They have to have all that taken care of. It's not their responsibility as high school kids to come up with the money to buy their first round of stuff when they probably don't have a job to begin with in order to make minimum wage, I'm guessing, umpiring facilities. That has to change.
James, I'm gonna let you know you have 1 minute.
Okay, your door down the street pays for everything. So remember that. Smaller place, they take care of the people. So apparel, everything else. Last meeting, I heard that we have a sponsorship for $3,500 from Dick's. Is that correct? Yep.
Yeah.
Eudora got $150,000 for 2 billboards. 150 grand. And we're celebrating $3,500 as Lawrence, Kansas for a Dick sponsorship at an $8.7 billion company. So that needs to be redone as well. I know I'm up on time. I'm gonna leave this comment that was done on LFK for Dummies Facebook page. I don't know, I don't have time to read it, so I can send it out on email if you want to pass it around, but this makes our town look really bad. That's what I got. Good luck to you all. Maybe if we can get some good sponsorships, you can keep your fees down, but that's what I got. Thanks for your time again. I imagine I'll be in a couple months.
James. Is there anybody else in the facility wishing to talk about something other than the fee structure proposed? That is not related to the fees and whatnot that we,
Yes.
okay, this is independent of that.
No, it's about the fee.
Okay, yeah, so that is coming. This is general public comment first, and we'll have that coming up just in a little bit, okay? Anyone on Zoom looking for public comment other than what's on our agenda?
Does not look like it.
Okay, so not hearing any. Advisory board, obviously with our agenda items, we have 2 things, 1 and 2, and I would like to propose, because we have such a large amount of community engagement here, that we begin with number 2 and move the board elections to number 2 once we finish with all of this.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Well, with that being said, we're going to move into agenda item now, number 1, which is the 2023 Parks and Recreation fee update.
Am I good, Roger?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, go ahead.
Lindsay, the presentation incorporates, you're going to say that?
Yes, yes, thank you. Lindsay Hart, Assistant Director, thank you all for coming. We are presenting to you tonight a fee presentation that we brought to the advisory board back in December. And so we're going to go through it again. It has a lot of important and helpful information that we want to share with everybody with us today, as well as online. And another item to note, after the presentation in December, we created a task force with 3 members of the advisory board and 3 members of staff, and worked together to come up with some other options for additional revenue and some recommendations that we're going to provide. And that information is going to be presented and shared with you at the end of this presentation. So we've added it to the end so that will be reviewed and discussed as well. So to kick things off, really, what we want to start with is a look at the history of our expenses and revenues and talk through why are we here. So if you can see on this presentation, we can show you what our expenses and revenues have looked like from 2017 to the present. And you can see 2017 to 2020 expenses and revenues were pretty static. Obviously, in 2020, that's when the pandemic hit. So through COVID, you can see that our revenues, which is in the orange or the yellow color there, the revenues obviously decreased. It kind of had to figure out a new way of doing things, and we had to get creative and find ways to continue to provide recreation services to the public. So we were able to see a rebound in the revenues. Coming into 22, last year, we were hopeful that maybe those numbers would increase a little bit more. But as you can see, that 22 estimate is our actual projection on where we were going to end up at the end of last year. And it wasn't much higher than 21. And no one has the magic answer, but we think that I think people were still not comfortable coming out. We were still seeing a really slow climb back into participation. And so, the increase in revenues were just not quite what we were hoping to see in 2022. So bringing us to this year, the 2023 budget, that column for 23 is what's our budgeted expense and our budgeted revenues are. And so you can see the expenses have jumped quite drastically, as well as the revenues. And, you know, when you look back again, why are we here? What's the history? A big thing was during the pandemic, we focused on the safety and health and wellness of our community, and we did not raise fees. So many fees have not been increased since, 2019, 2020. And that was very important to us. And so we did not want to have fee increases during that time. We also had to, over the last few years, had to increase part-time staff wages to help with recruitment and retention. You've heard a lot about our struggles with aquatics, especially getting lifeguards, as well as across the board in all of our program areas. So when you look at one of our advisory board members had asked this earlier, when you look at the blue lines, the expenses in 22 and 23 are quite a bit higher. Part of that is attributed to the CIP project budget is included in our general fund.
What is CIP?
Capital improvement projects. Prior to 22, those were in a separate budget within the city funds, but now they have been put into our general fund budget. We are also looking at the city, which I'm going to get to here on the next slide. The city is now following priority-based budgeting, which is a new budget system. So it's called PBB budgeting. And it allocates all the direct and indirect operational expenses to our project budgets. And it's actually a true way to look at all the expenses, but prior to this year, they were not included in our budgets. And some of this includes internal city service departments, such as water, HR services, finance, IT department, things like that. And so that's why you're seeing an increase in the expenses. And then in addition to that, we're looking at having to increase the revenue to go along with it as well. Sure.
Lindsay, when we talk about the expenses,
John, right now during the presentation needs to just happen exclusively, and then we as a board would ask questions as soon as they're done with the presentation, okay? So you can take some notes and then we'll bring you back after that.
Okay, yeah, we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. The city also put together a $10 million pay plan for employees broken into 2 years, $5 million each year, to increase full-time salary wages to bring them up to market rates. And so that is also being attributed to our expenses as well. So again, just kind of wanted to start with this to show a history of the expenses and the revenues, and you can see kind of where we've been and where we're at. So moving on to the next slide, we just quickly want to talk through the cost recovery philosophy for the Parks and Rec Department. And this pyramid that you see up here is a cost recovery model that is a national and regional best practice model for parks and recreation agencies. And back in the 90s, this was created in Boulder, Colorado, and they had realized that many agencies were charging programs and recovering costs, but they did not have a strong foundational underpinning for the whys and the hows of what they were doing. And so this is a standard best practice. In 2018, ePrep Solutions from Boulder, Colorado visited our department and helped us put together a plan, and we refined this model and tailored it to reflect the Lawrence values, and we continue to follow this today. And so just real briefly, you can see that the cost recovery philosophy considers levels of tax support, which is the subsidy level, based on community values. And so the tiers from the bottom level is most community benefit, which is 0 to 10% cost recovery. That's going to be things such as parks and trails, typically things with no fee associated to it. And that accounts for about 50% of our budget for the Parks and Rec Department. As you move up the tiers, if you go all the way to the top, that's highly individual, private lessons, tournaments, things like that. And so it's going to be more of an 80 to 100% cost recovery. This pyramid considers, who benefits as far as skill development, physical, mental health, and safety, levels of service, the availability of service to everyone. Is it limited in age, ability, or skill? Historical expectations, what have we done that the community expects? For example, events, things that we have done in the past, such as holiday lighting, summer band concerts. the anticipated impacts of service, and the community value of the service. So again, what's the perceived value by our community members, policymakers, city staff? So the tier 1 at the bottom, again, accounts for 50% of our budget. It's the most subsidized. Again, 0 to 10% parks, trails, open spaces. If you go up to tier 2, that's considerable community benefit. That's where our rec centers, rec facility management, Sports Pavilion Lawrence, the Nature Center, those should all be recovering 10 to 50%. And then any staffed facility should be in a range of 25 to 50% cost recovery. Tier 3 is more balanced between individual and community benefit. You're going to see things, programs such as summer camps, sports leagues, the year-round recreational swim teams, cemeteries, et cetera. That should be anywhere from 51 to 75% cost recovery. Then tier 4 is getting more of the individual community benefit, which would include a lot of our recreation programming, programs and classes, competitive youth and adult sports, and golf, the golf course at 60 to 100%. Then again, you get to the top tier. This, covers, private personal training, competitive lessons, programs, and things like that. So this next slide, I just quickly want to discuss. This was presented, during the budget process for the 2023 budget. But it's, again, I mentioned it earlier, it's the priority-based budgeting, which is the new budgeting plan that the city follows. And again, while our focus tonight is on fees, we just want to remind everyone that the city continues to use and refine this process, and it does align with the strategic plan. So this process allocates all direct and indirect operational expenses to the program budget, and it does allow the city to better understand the true cost of a program. So as I mentioned earlier, it does include all the indirect expenses such as internal service charges and things like that. I know it's hard to see this graphic, but it shows quartile 1, 2, 3, and 4. Quartile 1 is most aligned, which for us is where our parks, trails, and open spaces, community events, and downtown streetscapes lands in quartile 1. Most of our Parks and Rec programs fall in the middle in quartile 2 or 3. However, we do want to mention that in quartile 4 for Parks and Rec, we have the cemetery and levee maintenance programs, the golf course, and Prairie Park Nature Center. Nope, I lost mine. All right, so this is just a quick graphic to show kind of the fees to revenue relationship. So the blue line is theoretical and the yellow line is what we consider realistic. So if you look at the expenses and our target goal of revenue, the blue line is theoretically, that's where we should be headed with fees. We are trying to be more realistic and fair and equitable to the community, and it's a balance that we have to find, with our staff when we come up with fees and programs that we're more following the realistic line, which unfortunately doesn't always mean that we hit our target revenue goals. But we do want to point out that we keep these things in mind. In a main example is if you go too high with your fees, then you're going to lose attendance and people aren't going to want to come. And we're very well aware of that. We're obviously passionate about what we do. We want people to attend our programs. And so, we have that balance where we're trying to hit a target goal, but we also want to be as fair and equitable as possible. So again, when we're analyzing cost recovery, fee, and expenses, we take all these things into account as well as market rates when we're analyzing and setting fees. So this is giving a snapshot of the 23 operating budget. And so I mentioned this earlier that the about half of our budget is mostly subsidized. And so if you look at parks, cemeteries, and the CIP, it's about $9.2 million, which is roughly 49%. I mean, that's half of our budget. And so the other half is our recreation and golf programs, which is a budget of $9.6 million. And so again, it's just giving a visual of how the budget is separated and allocated. And so when we look at cost recovery, over here on the left is this chart I showed on the first screen. So just wanted to have this up there too as a comparison again. But when we look at the 22 budget compared to the 23 budget, the 22 budget operating expenditures were about 17.5 million, and the revenue budget target goal was 4.6 million. And so that gave us about a 26% cost recovery. Again, these were budgeted numbers. So for 23, our operating budget has increased to 18.8 million with a target revenue budget of 6.4 million. Again, and that is bumping us up to a 34% cost recovery. If you go back in the history, back to 2017, 18, 19, we were closer to that 34% cost recovery. So we are trying to slowly work our way out of the pandemic hole that we were put in and get back up to a better cost recovery rate. And so when you look at the actuals versus budgeted, again, for 22, our target revenue budget was 4.6 million. And final numbers haven't come in from December yet, but we have projected that we ended the year at about 3.7 million. So you can see that's quite a gap for 22. So now moving into 23, our budgeted target revenue is 6.4 million. So moving ahead, we're looking at fees for 2023. Just wanted to mention that we have over 1,500 fees. And we did our best to put together a list that was posted on Friday. And so some of them we put ranges, but we did our best to list as much as we could. We want to share this information with you all. But we looked at programs such as the cemetery, facility rentals, park and shelter rentals, field rentals, programming, also aquatics and golf, which I'm going to get to in a minute. So for these fee increases, we're looking at mostly a range of 10 to 30%. But towards the end of the presentation, I will show you a better breakdown. There were some areas where we went higher than 30%, but again, we analyzed market rates. There were some areas where we felt we could go higher to right size our pricing and felt we got to a place that we were comfortable with. So we do plan to put these fees in effect on February 1st. So to give a little bit of breakdown, I'm going to go through some programs here, just to give a kind of a snapshot of what some of these fee increases are going to look like. So for summer camp, we're going to be going from $100 to $130. That's per week. The Prairie Park Nature Center summer camp will be going from $130 to $190. The DeKalb baseball 8 and under program will be going from 110 to 120, and then adult kickball will be going from 165 to 180. So again, this is just kind of showing you a snapshot of a couple different program areas so you can see kind of what we're looking at. A question has come up multiple times, so I just want to take the chance now to mention that for the Sports Pavilion Lawrence, the tournament fees that we charge for tournaments to come in, those fees are going up as well. So that's absolutely part of this program. They will be going up along with all the other fees. So again, another, just take a look at the cemetery budget. Single grave space will be going up from 1,050 to 1,375. And for non-resident, it'll be going up from 1,500 to 1,950. And that's for cemeteries, that was a 30% increase for that budget. So now we're going to break down a little further into aquatics and then golf. And so if you see, again, the blue chart is expense and then the yellow is the revenue. So for the 2022 numbers, these are what we projected to be actuals. And so that put us at a 31% cost recovery for 2022. If you look at 23, this is what's projected. This is our budgeted numbers. We should be at 56%. That's the range according to our cost recovery pyramid. That's where we should be. So this is what we're looking at for 2023. And again, I just want to, as I mentioned earlier, this budget has gone up, the expenses, you can see the increase. Again, that goes back to the PBB budgeting system now allocates all of the indirect and direct expenses together. And, including inflation, chemicals, there's a lot of things that we look at for these budgets when you break them down. But that's part of why these expenses have gone up, again, is a lot of the internal service charges. And so a breakdown of some of the aquatics fees that we're looking at, the daily admission for child, teen, and senior would go from $5 to $6. For adult, it would go from $6 to $7. And then just to show you just an estimated revenue increase just by increasing those admission fees, we think could bring us about $25,000 in increased revenue. Lane rentals for the short course would go up to $10 an hour. For the long course would go up to $20 an hour. And then you can see the swim lessons would go up to $55 for the week lesson, and then Saturday lessons would go up to $33. Yep, I can find it. There we go. Okay, so now for Eagle Bend Golf Course, we'll kind of go through the same breakdown. In 22, you can see the revenues were great. We were over 100% in revenue support. But again, you can see their budget is also going up in expenses. So, looking at the revenues, 84% is what their projection is. And so we're hopeful that we can at least hit that goal. But again, it's going to be a lot tougher in 23 just because of the difference in the increase that we're seeing, again, because of the PBB budgeting system. And so looking at a breakdown of the Eagle Bend Golf Course fees, if you're looking at 18 holes with a cart, the fees from Monday through Thursday is going to go up to $44. The Friday fee would be $47. The weekend and holiday fee will be $59. And again, we're just estimating that a projected revenue increase for this would be about $106,000. And the golf course fees, these are showing a 20% increase for golf. And I apologize, back to the aquatics. Aquatics was a mix of 20% and 30%. It was 20% for the daily admission and then 30% for some of the lane rentals and the programs. So with all of this, we also wanted to mention, we are doing everything we can to help. So how are we helping? Equity inclusion is on the forefront of every conversation that we have. So we were able to increase funding for those that may be struggling financially. So we were able to see an increase in the We Folks Scholarship Program, which is youth ages 18 and under. We received an additional $20,000 for this year. So that scholarship fund is at $55,000. And then we created a new adult scholarship fund this year for $30,000. And so those are available. Those can be used for many of our programs. And so we're continuing to provide as many opportunities as we can for people to use our services. So now we're kind of getting to the end of the presentation, and I'm going to start to talk a little bit about what the task force discussed and some options that we're bringing to you tonight. But kind of talking about how to close the budget gap. Again, I wanted to point out that, again, for 22, the projected end of year revenue, we think we're going to end up at about 3.7 million when our target was 4.6 million. So that is a general fund gap of 900,000 that we saw as a shortfall from last year. So moving into this year, for 23, with the proposed fees increases that I just discussed, the program fee increases for golf, aquatics, and things like that, we think that we could bring in a revenue of 4.4 to 4.6 million. But again, with a 6.4 million target goal for 23, that still leaves us about 1.8 to 2 million short. So again, this brings us back to the why are we here? Why are we having these conversations? And so a couple things to note. We're not quite out of the hole yet, even with these proposals, but I think we've all kind of agreed that we don't want to go too high, too fast. And so there will be fee increases that will continue. And so we do need to try to get back on track. Even with this proposal, we're still going to be short of the budget. But at least it kind of shows us, where we were and where we should be. Marketing is going to play a big part of this. We have a great marketing department. We have staff in place who are going to help us continue, the marketing efforts. We want to continue to bring people, bring new users and current users, and, make sure we're really pointing out the wonderful things that we offer and provide and can continue to get support from the community. And there will also be more effort on sponsorships. I know this has been brought up many times. We will be working on a plan that will be brought forward in the coming year. We're going to work together with other city departments and talk about different ways in which we can enhance our sponsorships for the department. So again, just kind of in conclusion, again, we're here because, we haven't raised fees over the last few years. We really focused on the health and wellness and safety of the community. So, we are sitting in a spot where we need to talk about some solutions to fill the gap. So the task force was put together, and we talked about some different options for both the program fees that I mentioned earlier, as well as some new facility admission fees as a possible revenue addition that we can put on the table. So when looking at the options for program fee increases, option one would basically be what I mentioned earlier, talking about increasing fees between about 10 and 30%. We think that would bring roughly $800,000 in estimated revenue increase. When meeting with the task force, we did talk about, could we raise fees higher and avoid having to look at options such as admission fees or things like that. When we did look at increasing the fees higher, we felt that maybe we could bring $900,000 in additional revenue. And so once we looked at those fees and what they would look like and the difference, it didn't seem like it was worth going that much higher to bring in a small amount of revenue difference. And so we did land on option number one, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail here in a second. And so that's kind of where we landed with the program fees. So then we began discussing considerations for facility admission fees. And I want to say that the facility admission fees would include Sports Pavilion Lawrence, Holcomb, East Lawrence Center, the community building, and the Prairie Park Nature Center. And so two options that we looked at, option one would charge fees to everybody. So regardless of age, it'd be a family type membership, and that we estimated could bring in possibly $400,000 in increased revenue. It was quickly discarded. No one was interested in that discussion. And so we then moved to option two, which again, I'm going to get into a little more detail, but that is where we're proposing that youth would be free. So then it would only be an adult admission. And we're estimating that could bring in a possible $200,000 increase in revenue. So again, I'm going to go into these a little bit deeper. Talking about the program fees, again, option number one is what we're looking at as our proposal. And so it kind of breaks down just to show you real quick what the percentage of the increases look like. So you can see we were able to go a little higher under facility and shelter rentals, but mostly the camps and sports, cemeteries, aquatics, golf program fees were 30% or less. Again, just to show you option two that we decided were too high, fees would have been 30% at a minimum in all program areas, but we would have been looking at aquatics going up to 35%, golf going to 30%. And when we looked at those examples, it was very obvious that the task force just was not comfortable with those. The daily admission for aquatics would have gone up $2. Golf rates, would have just gone too high. And so again, we landed with option number one for the program fees. So to break down the option of some type of a membership or annual pass, a facility admission fee, again, you can see option one, which we quickly ruled out, but you can see kind of the numbers and options that we looked at. But where we landed was option two, which again, youth are free. So just be charging an adult admission. An annual pass would be $100. A monthly individual pass would be $10, or just a daily entrance would be $3. But again, it was important to offer a pass option for either monthly or annual, so you're not having to pay every single time you come into the facility. And we did talk about drop-in fees, which other communities do, but again, we felt like it was just a lot simpler and made a lot more sense financially to do some type of a pass. I do want to mention that for the youth, that's going to be 18 and under. So when we're talking about an adult admission, it'll be for 19 and older. The task force discussed our top 2 priorities and values, and we were all unanimous. And we all wanted to make sure that youth would be free and that low-income eligible community members would also be free. And as we went through those discussions further, it obviously became very obvious that we didn't want any barriers. We didn't want any situation where anyone was uncomfortable filling out paperwork or standing in line or being in any type of situation that would make them uncomfortable. And so part of this recommendation is that, you know, we want to work with the community and demonstrate trust, and we will not require any documentation whatsoever. If you feel you are low income eligible, then we are going to give you a free pass. And the guidelines that we'll use if anyone questions or if they're not sure, will be the federal poverty rate of 185% or lower. And that can be found online, and we'll have that information available. But again, we're not going to ask questions. And so we're going to have a registration form that we come up with that is very simple and easy for everyone to fill out in order to get a pass. A couple other things I want to clarify is that only users of the facility will pay. So if you are a parent dropping off or picking up a child, or you are a spectator, or you're coming to a class, you will not have to pay admission. You're only going to pay if you are coming in to use our facility. And so if you have a program, you will sign up for that separately and you will be allowed in. Again, parents and spectators will not be charged. Other things, staff are working out the logistics of this. Our plan is that this would be put in effect March 1st. We do have part-time staff at the front desks already. We already take cash for payments and things like that, so we feel we are well equipped and prepared to make this change if it is recommended and approved. And then another thing you'll see on here is a non-resident fee, which would be for non-Douglas County. So residents will be considered Lawrence, Douglas County residents. We did want to show, I know this is a lot of information and it's kind of hard to read through, so I'm going to skim through it quickly, but the task force did do some market rate comparisons, so we just wanted to share that. They recommended a few places that we look up, so we kind of worked together on what different communities wanted to look at, but you can see that there are some that are fairly comparable. You know, but as I mentioned, some do just drop-in fees, or like Ames, Iowa, you can see just as a weight room visit fee. But Iowa City, which was a comparable, has an annual pass of $227. Pflugerville, Texas, annual pass of $100. So that was some national market comparisons, and then some local. We looked at Eudora, which for a single adult annual pass is $240. Some other Johnson County communities were looked at as well, but we did want to look at Shawnee County and Wyandotte. We felt the task force felt was comparable to our community, and Shawnee County does more of the drop-in fee as well, and Wyandotte County does not currently charge a fee. And again, it was worth noting that we do have other private local gyms in the area that charge, most of them charge about $10 a month. And, you know, one thing that, again, with our marketing efforts, we do want to highlight that we have the, you know, we have gyms and open play options and things like that, which most of the other ones are, you know, typically fitness equipment. So as far as our kind of in closing final recommendation, again, just wanted to point out that through the task force, we discussed many times our priorities and values, and just wanted to make sure that any recommendation we come up with is fair and equitable. So again, we talked about, you know, using the federal poverty rate of 185% or less to get a free pass. We're not going to require any documentation. Youth will be free. And again, the non-resident rate will be applied to a facility admission fee. So again, our final recommendation that we ended with would be option 1 for the program fees, and then option 2 for the admission fees. Again, we still need to continue to adjust fees in the future and manage expenses, but we felt like this is slowly getting us out of the gap and on the right track. So we appreciate the effort of the advisory board. I want to thank the task force, who is Marilyn Hull, Amber Nickel, and Jackie Becker. And then the staff was myself and Kent Reddig and Mark Hecker. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Derek for any final.
And thank you, Lindsay. I think that was very well prepared, and I really do appreciate all that help from the staff and all the public comment, emails, phone calls, all the folks here tonight. It's something that everybody's passionate about. I just wanted to go back and recap a little bit where we were at last year's budget meeting. When we went for the 23 budget, and this was in the spring, early summer, what I recall from that was nobody wanted to talk about raising property taxes, don't cut anything. And then we proposed fees to help close the budget gap to include, it would be increases in fees with aquatics and golf, potential membership, cemeteries across the board. We would look at that, could be as high as 30%. Task force got together and looked at numbers and adjusted. And so that's why you see fees a little less than what was potentially projected. The other thing that came out of that was, besides don't raise property taxes and fees, was don't cut anything. So Prairie Park Nature Center, our goal and our task was to get Prairie Park Nature Center financially sustainable and back on track. I believe they can do that, but the expenses have increased. And so the question comes up, where do the expenses increase? I think we all see increased expenses these last year and a half when you go to the grocery store or you go anywhere else in town. But labor, the city has taken the initiative to take care of the people. We did 2 market surveys. $10 million went to employee salaries. $5 million went in 2022 and $5 million in 2023. What's changed besides the increase in salaries and part-time salaries? At the peak of summer, we had over 720 part-timers. To get folks to come in and help us, we raised part-time salaries substantially. In some cases, it was 30% or better. And we still didn't have enough lifeguards. Lifeguards is a national problem, trying to get folks to be lifeguards. And in some cases, we've tried unique recruiting and other things, and it's not financial that they get them to come in. It's still a nut we're trying to crack. But those have been some of the challenges we've been faced with. This isn't an easy decision. Nobody likes to talk about changing things. What tools are available to the department? We can raise fees, we can cut expenses, we can adjust budgets. When we go into the budget season, which is coming up here in March for the 2024 budget, we will be tasked with balancing our budget. Department directors will do that across the city. Then we sit down with the city managers, staff, and the other departments, and we work on balancing the budgets as a whole and what are the proposals going to be. So that's where some of this is going to go. If we don't close this gap, the question becomes, who makes the hard decision? Is the recommendation to not do user fees, then how do we close the gap? And that's a tough one for the public. Typically, in government, the way it works is property taxes funds the building of the facilities. Users pay for the operation of the facilities. So if we say users don't pay, does that mean that, rhetorical question, should property tax owners pay more? So is that fair and equitable? Should users of our programs be charged more to help cover keeping the rec centers for free? Those are tough choices. They really are, for the community, for the department, and for the city commission. So something to keep in mind, that everybody's got a program that's near and dear to them. I don't care whether it's pickleball, whether it's golf, whether it's swimming, open spaces, rec centers. There is something that somebody says, this is what I use and this is what I really care deeply about. Everybody does this. This is great for our community's health. And free isn't free. So if we say, yes, let's property tax should support this more. And do we have enough to get there? I don't know. We'll find out in the next round of working on the 2024 budget. But you're gonna have people on the other side that say, well, I don't use those facilities. I supported building them, but I never go to a rec center. So those are part of the tough questions that we deal with quite a bit, not only as a department, but as an advisory board. So with that, Roger, what's the next? Is it?
It opens back to the board, it goes back to Jackie and
Yeah, so now I'm looking currently for any board questions to the presentation we've just.
I have a question. When we talk about the gap between the revenue and the expenditures, and there's always been a gap, right? That gap is filled with, by the city's general fund, right?
It has been,
Well, wait. So if we increase the gap, then that means the city's general fund is having to provide more money to the department to meet its expenses, which means it's gonna have to come from another department.
or internally, and we can't absorb.
Well, we've said, but that's why there's always a gap. That's why there's always been a gap. It's impossible for Parks and Rec to raise enough revenue to cover its expenses. So the general fund has to do that. But if the general fund if the gap increases, we can't raise taxes. And we can't reallocate to other departments. So I just wanted to help people maybe understand a little more about where that money comes from in the gap.
Any other questions, thoughts, comments for the board from Zoom or here in the room right now?
It's for.
This is, we're currently just doing the advisory board, and once we are in a completed space, then we will move on to public comment and we'll take care of it.
I have a question, not a comment, about what she presented, is that?
No, that will come once we finish the board's questions and comments.
Jackie, you have John Lozick on screen.
John?
Hi, Jackie. Thank you. This is John Blozick, Advisory Board. I have some pretty direct questions and I want to ask because I have been bombarded by community members. So I kind of understand a little bit. I was going to ask, how could we be in a 6-year cycle? And I've been on the committee, for the people who don't know me, for 6 years. And I'm coming out of the education world and I was a principal. So this is why I'm pretty black and white. So I see 6 years we were under the budget. We were shortfall. I still struggle, and I know I just heard John talk about not raising taxes. I've lived here 10 years. My taxes have gone up every year, so I don't believe they don't raise taxes. But why does a recreation have to pay for IT and HR and park maintenance and Christmas lights and cemeteries? Where does that mentality come from? I'm lost because I'm kind of like John. You can't support all that. So I know there's a maintenance line item that spends lots of money and has no income. Where am I lost on that, on Derek, on why we have to pay, or the rec has to pay for all that stuff?
And Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm going to pass that to Mark Hecker, who does the budgeting for our department, that could probably answer that better than I can with the newer ways of accounting.
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. So within Parks and Recreation, we almost have 2 budgeting systems. So on the park side, it's pretty much straight tax supported, so there's no revenue associated with it. Parks, trails, forestry, horticulture, those activities. On the recreation side, the budget's put together with 2 pieces. So one's tax support and one's revenue support. So that creates let's say it's $9 million for recreation golf. So in that funding scenario, half of it's revenue, half of it's tax support. So it's a little bit of 2 different business models on each side of the house, but together that's how we're funded. So we're funded based on hitting a revenue target every year. If we aren't hitting that target, then we start cutting in, like John Navanian mentioned, that we're doing more tax support than we're supposed to be doing to make our budget work. So
Okay.
it's a little bit of a balancing act, honestly, you know, and then you throw capital improvement projects on top. Most of that goes over on the park side where it's pretty much tax supported or debt supported. So that doesn't really change the funding model on the fees.
So my question back to you, Mark, maintenance spends a lot of money. Being on the committee for 6 years, I see lots of line items. Why do we have to mow parks 3 times a week or 2 times a week? Can we cut back any funding on those non-revenue generated areas of this community? Is there anything like on maintenance? I know there's got to be things you could cut back. I think we got 72 parks. I'm not sure. But what can the city do on something like that to help you? Because if anybody's in the business world and you go 6 years and don't even come close to your budget, I would imagine you're going to have to close your business. For schools, if I don't come close to my budget, I have to let staff go. I have to let classes go. I mean, we're seeing it in the Lawrence schools. So why can't those people help you guys a little bit?
Yeah, Mark Ecker, Assistant Director, that is a possibility. So when we talk about budget cuts, it doesn't just impact one side versus the other. So if we talk about we need to cut $1 million off the Parks and Rec budget, it's not just on the rec side, it's on both sides of the house. So that's where we look at how many times are we mowing, how many properties we're managing. And quite honestly, the scenario we've been with is the city continues to grow. So every time we get a new street, we get a new roundabout, we get a new boulevard, you know, that's additional maintenance costs that we need to add to our scenarios. And why is that Parks and Rec? You know, what other department does that fall in? So sometimes it's just a matter of, you know, is there another department that expense should go to as opposed to Parks and Rec? In most cases, you're going to find all the green infrastructures with us. So, you know, MSO does a lot of the streets and sidewalks and that sort of stuff. We do most of the green infrastructure. So if it's trees, plants, grass, landscaping, that falls in the Parks Division. So yeah, it's John, you raised good questions. Is when we get to cutting, we look department-wide for the fees are supporting.
Well, I thought the presentation was outstanding, and I really thought it was, and I've heard it, but it really makes me think, community members, we're raising prices, and for other things than besides just rec stuff, is what it looks like to me. Right or wrong, Mark?
No, absolutely correct. So honestly, some of the biggest inflation is at the park side. In other words, what's the cost of to purchase a mower now? What's the cost of buying fertilizer, grass seed, trees, plants? Our labor costs went through the roof. We really were advertising jobs and no one was applying. So we had nobody to put on those mowers once we had the mowers. So, you know, inflation's probably hit the park side more so than the rec side. But again, we're all one big happy when we start talking budget increases and decreases.
Okay, thank you. Good explanation.
Becky, I'd like to mention something. This is Marilyn Hull, board member. I know some members of the public who have approached me have asked about sponsorships and why we don't have banners all over the rec centers. And I'd like staff to just comment on that before everybody gets up and asks for the same.
Again, we're going to talk about sponsorships more coming into the next budget year with the city manager on the recommendation, I believe, from the advisory board task force. I don't know if it was in there or not, was a recommendation to support a position for sponsorship. And so that will have to be a future conversation with the city manager Preglin in the 2024 budget and where we go from there.
Can you explain why this wasn't considered previous to now?
We have considered sponsorship for a long time, and we're still working on sponsorships. Some of it is the fee. We looked at contracting out, and what I recall was that wasn't readily accepted. We've also talked about, this predates me, with Sports Pavilion on naming sponsorships of buildings and what is that value worth. And at the time, I believe the value of a potential sponsor didn't meet the threshold value of that city commission, what they wanted to see on it. I believe that was what it was. Some of it is capacity internally to do sponsorship. I will say we do sponsorship, we need to expand sponsorship. It's just the capacity to do so within the department.
Marilyn, this is John Blazik. Derek, let's be honest, because I was asked to be on a sponsorship committee 6 years ago. You had an employee that was supposed to sell sponsorships, as I remember, that's been on your staff. So it's not going to be a new position. I hope you don't get a new position when you're that much over, when you've had an employee on staff, that was their job.
Sponsorship has been an additional duty of staff, not just one individual staff. So right now, I can say that the facility manager at SPL has been renewing quite a few memberships, sponsorships in that facility. Other staff have been working on renewing the agreement with LMH on their sponsorship. So, but we have not had a dedicated position to sponsorships. It's always been as capacity allowed. The same with grants. We just don't have that capacity. If somebody brings a grant opportunity to us, we'll see if we can support it. But that's another hard field. It'd be great to have somebody that all they did was work on grants for us. And that's been another conversation we've had in the past too.
But we're talking about sponsorships. It's not been done.
John, I disagree. I do think sponsorships have been done, and I do believe they are being done. Can they be done better? I think so too.
Marilyn, thank you for bringing that up. Any other board questions or comments right now regarding the presentation?
This is Marilyn. Oh, go ahead, Val.
Hi, Val Renault, board member. Have you talked to any of the frontline staff at the rec centers about what the logistics of this, or just kind of what they see coming with them, you know, applying these new fees? And I mean, will we need a whole nother? I mean, I know at the East Lawrence Rec Center, a lot of times the person at the desk isn't there. They're out helping someone on the court or something. So are we going to need more employees just to handle this logistically? I was just curious if you talked to staff.
Sure. Yeah, Lindsay Hart, Assistant Director. We had a staff meeting last week, and we've been in communication. I have our two recreation operation managers sitting here, and they've been in discussions with staff, and we have received some feedback, especially from the front line. I've received some emails with their thoughts and suggestions. And so we did let them know that this was being discussed and was coming. And if we know that we're going to be doing this, we know we have to get the ball rolling quickly. But one thing that we want to mention is we would have a target date of March 1st, but we will absolutely not do anything until we feel we are 100% ready to go with staff, equipment, training, everything that we need to do. So again, earlier in the presentation, I did mention that we already have staff in place at all these facilities. Since we do have the access cards, that we already have those staff in place anyway. And so again, these would just be passes that are added onto your access card. It'll be the same system. We already take payments for certain things at each facility. So we already have the cash drawers lined up and in place. But yes, there will be definitely training, and a lot of logistics that we will work through on our end, and we will be prepared before anything new is rolled out.
My other question, or I just wanted to comment that seeing the fees from Lenexa and some of the other cities made me a little more comfortable with this. And the no fee for under 18. But I wonder, are there other comparable cities? Wyandotte was the only one who doesn't charge. Did you find other comparable cities that have managed to go on without charging?
Yes, oddly, Lindsay Hart, Assistant Director. I'm hearing some people say Norman. We actually did look at Norman as well. And I know Manhattan was brought up, and I know they're making some changes. I'm not sure where they're at right now with their fees, but the market rates that we showed were the ones that the task force requested that we look at. And so, again, we wanted to look at different comparisons across the board to see what some people are charging, but also show that other people are similar to us and currently not charging as well.
This is Marilyn Hull, board member. Can we establish as a point of fact whether or not that when the sports pavilion was proposed and built, whether the public was promised that there would never be any fees?
Yes.
I have a message from the former chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board during that time. And she said, I don't recall a promise of no fees. The Parks and Rec staff was pretty careful about never saying never. We discussed fees at the time and chose not to charge at that time, but I don't recall anything stipulating no fees ever. And I was wondering if you have any documentation to at least establish as a fact whether this was a promise made to the community or not.
I don't at this time have any documentation. I do believe when we looked at this back in 2018, there may be a newspaper article that has one commissioner that may have made a comment. I just can't find it online. If somebody can find it, I'd be glad to look at it.
Any other questions from our board? Marilyn, are you? Okay. All right, I am not seeing any other comments from the board. So at 6:30, do we want to take a little 10-minute break, or do we want to go with some questions for a little bit right now to start public comment? Want to start public comment? All right.
But I think at 7 maybe.
At 7, we'll take,
And then
or
take a
30
little
minutes in,
break.
we'll take a rest.
Yeah,
We'll take a, see who's here. Okay, let's work for that.
And the way that we'll structure this, we'll start with the folks that are in person first. You signed in. I know that we asked to make a mark by people that wanted to speak. So we'll do that, and I know that there's probably questions that swirled since then too. So those people that didn't mark, we'll go back and open it back up to other people. And then from there, we'll go to virtual, okay, with the raise the hand feature. So you don't need to do it right now, but we'll get to you in a minute or few minutes. But again, you are limited to 3 minutes. We're gonna ask you to come to this seat here, and I will actually get the timer for you too, that way. Yeah, I guess I could.
All right, so it looks like our first check for public comment is Ron Brenton. Hi, Ron.
Hi, how's it going?
Great.
All right.
Come in.
Good evening. My name is Ron Brenton. I live over on Crystal Lane in the west part of the city. And since my medical issues have come about, my doctor wants me to exercise daily. So I go up to Rock Chalk. I do the walking track, and then I lift a little weights and I go home. While I'm up there, I see a lot of senior citizens. I see young mothers with baby carriages getting their exercise, and everyone, as long as they've got the little tab, they can come into the facility, and that's good. But I remember when I've lived here for 31 years, ever since I retired from the military. And if I remember right, when they were trying to get that place out there built with Fritzl and his company, that they said, well, this will be open to the public and free for the rest of the time. I don't have any documentation on it. I don't have any newspaper stories on it. But I mean, it pretty much is a consensus of the people I've talked to. I know things do increase given that, but just for an example, I figured that I pay my utility bill every month to the city. I pay the city and the county taxes, and the portion of the city and county taxes plus the amount that I pay monthly in my utility comes up to over $4,670 a month, or a year, excuse me. And I like to always think that always included the access to the park and rec facilities of the city. I talked briefly with a couple of members of the staff at your Rock Chalk facility, and their concern is, I'm now going to be a cashier, like working in a retail store instead of helping people do their their physical stuff. So I don't know. Things do go up, but it's kind of gonna be a hard pull on a lot of people. That's about all I had to say.
Claude Laird will be next.
Oh dear. Can I go later?
Sure, we can,
Can you skip over me for a
is that all right? Or do we need to go in order?
it's fine.
Okay, all right. So, Ryan Neuhoffel? Ryan? Neuhoffel? All right, Ryan left. All right. Chris Talka? Okay, hi, Chris. Come on over.
First, I want to say thank you for listening to the community. That's really terrific. Second, I'm just going to ask some questions that I want you to think about. I love the presentation. And I love the question that board member Nalbandian asked. That raised a question to me is the difference between the money you've raised and the money that the actual cost between revenue and cost is filled by the city. I would like to know in each one of those years, how much the city filled. Was there ever a shortfall? Did they always fill that gap? And if they're not now, why not? Second, these fees and program raises are between 10 and 30%, and some even higher. We have not had inflation of 10 and 30% for a decade or even more. As a matter of fact, for the past 5 years, the inflation rate has been close to zero, maybe 0.5%, 1%. Recently, there was a year of where or half a year where inflation was high. That's really gone down now to 5%. So to impose a raise that is 4 or 5 times the inflation rate for the past 5 or 6 years is strange credulity. My third point, the community that's here loves Parks and Recs, loves what you do, loves the facilities. In turn, there needs to be complete transparency on the budget. What is not clear from the budget that was presented, and I realize you don't have the time to go into the weeds, but it could be posted on your website and so forth. What are the actual budgets and expenditures per rec facility, per separate department? Is one going to be used as a cash cow to fund the other? Should the board think strongly, and perhaps you have already, of making each of the separate departments fiscally responsible for itself? These are the transparencies of budget we don't know. We don't know why it's costing 7 million or 20 million or 15 million. The final question I'm going to ask for you to kindly consider. What is the cost of fewer people, fewer senior citizens, as that gentleman said, fewer mothers with children attending any of the activities? What is the life cycle cost to the community in terms of increased expenses for healthcare, increased expenses for the police, for crime, for everything involving a social and a civic community? It's not just the budget of Parks and Rec here. Parks and Rec is an essential part of keeping this community healthy and saving, which is an economic enterprise in crime, in healthcare, and so forth. So please consider the complete life cycle cost. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Eileen Weiss. Eileen?
Eileen White,
Weiss.
Sorry.
I think we're.
Okay.
Okay,
John probably.
all right. Next one, Sandra Issa, I-S-S-A?
It's Isa.
Issa, hi
Yeah.
Sandra.
Hi, thank you.
Thanks for
Thanks for
coming.
allowing us to speak. I don't support admission fees. I think,
Take this from,
Yeah.
sorry.
it's okay.
I got something that's coming in here. It's one in here. Sorry.
I think there's probably other people who can speak more eloquently about that than I can. But I do want to commend your option of allowing youth to enter free. However, I'm here to speak for the demographic that is slightly above the 18-year-olds. And I want to speak for the 19 to 21-year-olds. I know many children, many young people in this age bracket. They are struggling out on their own. They are working part-time jobs, they are between jobs, they don't have jobs, and they do not have disposable income. This is also the demographic for which overdose from drug use is rampant. And if you have a young person who is suffering from anxiety or depression, and they have a choice between going to the gym, exercising, going to the weight room, getting some dopamine pumping in their systems, or picking up what they think is a Xanax laced with fentanyl, it literally can be a question of life and death, whether these kids have access to a facility. So I'd like you to consider this, I think, along the lines of what Mr. Kostalka said. It's very important for the health of our community. With fentanyl on the streets, I do not think that this is a time that we close out an option for people in this age range. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Darlene Miller. Is our next one Darlene Miller? Hi, Darlene.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Okay, I've been going to that recreation center up there for a long time. And we were promised, which everybody knows, that it was free for all of us. And so I wrote down a few things that it helps me as long as with everybody else. Going up there, walking on that track, that's all I do is walk on that track. And I love it. And it's good therapy. And it's support for the people that are up there and they probably lost a loved one. And this is support because everybody's so friendly. They're friendly and they help everybody out. And I think that is the best thing for it. And if you take about 90% of those people that are up there, they're citizens, senior citizens. And they do not have extra cash to be paying for exercising place. And I know a lot of them up there. But what I want to say is, would everybody be paying, or is there going to be some that are on low income that will be free?
So the proposal was that lower income will be able to be free. So yes, on that part with the proposal.
They will be free?
Lower income defined as what?
That was, so in the proposal, it's the,
How do you know they can't pay?
Trust people.
They don't have to show anything. It was an honor system.
Do you have to show paper or anything? Or just say I'm on low income?
Check a box.
Well, there'll be, as I imagine it, a chart that'll say if you are a single household making less than this amount, you're free. If you're
Yeah.
a two-person household making Y amount, free. Five-person household, so the bigger the household, the higher the threshold. So that a family of 6 isn't held to the same standard as a single individual.
Okay, I lost my husband a year and a half ago. I get one Social Security check. And if you try to live on something like that, you can't. If these activities just keep coming and coming, and you pay for this, you pay for that, taxes have raised up and everything. So I think they should take in consideration if you're one in the family and your husband's not there any longer, then I think those are the ones that should be free. All I do, I have some weights and stuff at home, and I do that a couple hours a day, and then I go up to Rock Chalk and I walk, and that is therapy for me. So I just want to bring all that stuff up.
thank you.
Thank you.
For sharing. All right, our next person is Carol Kummer. Hello, Carol. Thanks. Elsie. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Kummer, and we moved from Montana to Lawrence, Kansas. And the reason I moved here, again, is because of the healthy senior activities and lifestyle here, and because of SPL, because I play lots of sports. The question I have for the board, and I really appreciate the building and everything it has to offer, the social life there. I've met so many new friends since I've come here. I really think you should take a look at the sponsorship. I don't think, to me, if you've had this great big building and it was built in 2017, wouldn't you have pursued the sponsorship earlier at the start of the inception of the building and not this far down the lane? So I think that's really important. My other question is, you said you have some money set aside for your CIP programs that you're looking at. Could you possibly tell us what those CIP projects are? Because you said it's coming out of the city and now it's going into your budget with this new program you have set up.
It's listed in there. I'll answer your questions at the end, but I'll write that down and update you on that.
And let's see. I guess that's, let's see. Yes, and then you said there was a promise for the free fee when you sold this project. Was that in a bond or how did that come? Because I wasn't here at that time. Was it a bond or did somebody just make that? Did you pay for it with the bond issue when you did SPL? There was a bond issue?
Mark can comment.
Yeah, we'll answer that
Okay,
question for you.
Okay, so I guess those were the questions that I have. But again, it's a lovely facility. I've met lots of friends through it. I'm concerned that, and I understand COVID has just wreaked havoc with everything from transportation to our lives, to our health. But I'm concerned that you have revenue and you have expenses, and the expenses are outweighing those revenues. That is not a good business profile to be going by. So I think you really need to look at cutting something instead of just saying, we need money, so we're gonna charge you for it, and then next year, we're probably gonna have to charge you again. You gotta stop spending, you gotta reduce something, so. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good question.
Our next public comment, it was a signature, so.
Do you have an address on there?
Yeah, it looks like 4713 Melody, 66049. Is that someone's address? Who wants to speak? Well, if someone who lives on Melody wants to speak, you still have a space. How about that? Let's see, our next one is Aaron Payton. Aaron Payton? You know Aaron, so.
Been out there for a while, so.
Hi, thanks for making your way in. Have a seat,
It's the
yeah.
hot seat. So, I just wanted to start by saying I'm a lifelong resident of Lawrence. I watched my dad play basketball against some of the KU guys at Holcomb Rec Center. He has an amazing three-point hook shot. So as a little kid, and now coached my kids at the different rec centers, played ball at every rec center, basketball, futsal, soccer, lifted weights and everything. So feel familiar. I love the rec centers, and according to our Lawrence strategic plan, the first thing that's listed as, what do we do well? We have great parks and rec services. The city of Lawrence loves what you guys do, and you do it well. We should fund it without fees. The problem is this budget shortfall is a false manifestation of adding the PBB budget system costs and capital improvement to the budget, right? I mean, it's a fake budget shortfall, okay? So we should be going back to the city budget people and saying, no way, like, don't go there. Because by creating this, like, made-up shortfall, you're gonna start charging fees that are astronomical. You're gonna start charging fees to things that never had fees before. And you're gonna limit access. Even if you try to make the access good right now, it won't be good in the long run because it won't create, we can see that it still is a shortfall. Even when you add all these fees, you're not gonna hit that target. We shouldn't be trying to hit that target. It's a bad target to try to hit. We should be trying to hit the Lawrence strategic plan. And desired outcomes of the strategic plan. So unmistakable identity. What's more unmistakable than having free parks and rec services, okay? Like, what's better than walking into a building that you feel like you own and you can just go and lift weights? I actually was gonna come here tonight and try to talk about how I don't like those stupid tag things. I hate that. I just wanna walk in. I used to be able to walk in for my entire life. My kid life. This is a new thing. I was so frustrated. And then I found out there's fees. Like, I'm mad. So, strong, welcoming neighborhoods. What is better than a neighborhood where you can go to a facility that's free, you know? Then you just walk in, you own it, we pay the taxes. It should be available to everyone. You see, I'm running out of time. Safe and secure. Safe and secure neighborhood. Like, what is better than being able to walk into these rec centers, you know? So our target, the problem is a manifestation of the budget. We need to redo the budget, recognize that we have awesome parks and recs, and fund them. We have a general fund, let's fund it, you know? Like, we don't need to fund it with fees. It doesn't help anybody. It's a barrier to access. It doesn't make us feel welcoming. I mean, obviously it annoys people. So let's change our headspace and recognize that you guys do an awesome job with the money you have.
And we're gonna do one more, and then we're gonna just take a short little break. Tom Riggs is our next person. Tom Rakes? No Tom out there? Okay. Our next person is John Bialy? Bye, okay, hi. Now's the time for you to chat. Welcome.
You want Polish or English?
I can do German and English, but not Polish, so.
Well, the only thing I gotta say is, I don't think the city is giving y'all enough money. For instance, the bus service, which I used to be in the bus company. I worked for Lawrence Bus. I can't remember if it was the mayor or the commissioner, said when they first put that bus service in, they said it's designed to fail. They were charging for people to ride. Now they say in the paper, everything's free for everybody. Now, how's that happen when they're operating in the red from day one and all of a sudden everything's free to ride the bus? I've been here since 1974. I've paid a lot of damn taxes. My tax just on my house alone is more than that first guy said his was for a whole year. I pay a lot of tax. I'm 82 years old, and I think I should be able to get in there free. I was told when they built that it'd be free. I don't have documentation, say for how long, but I think it's BS. When you don't charge anything for all these years, and all of a sudden, you gotta charge. It's not right.
Ten more. Can we push through for 10 more, or do you want to take a break?
Whichever, I'm okay right now.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna keep going then? All right, we're gonna keep going then, okay.
10 more people, 30 more minutes.
Okay.
In person.
All right.
What? You'd like a break?
You'd like a break? Okay, all right. 5-minute break?
We're gonna take a 5-minute break
5-minute break.
and we'll be back.
All that.
All right, we're back in session. And who do we have?
Hi, everybody.
We can also write.
So I'm gonna do a double check. Is Tom Riggs here? Because they were on the did want to speak, making sure they're not here. Tom Riggs, okay. Our
Yep.
next one is Rich Lorenzo.
And I will just kind of speak to the point too of public comment. You're addressing the comments to the board. They aren't gonna answer questions at this point or staff at that point. So basically make your comments and then at the end, that's when the board will take the comments back to the staff. It's kind of a formality, but we'll try to work through things as best we can, so.
Great. Well, I've been in Lawrence for 27 years, and I remember when the agreement was done to build the sports pavilion. And one of the things I looked up online was a quote from the individuals. It said one of the big selling points of the complex at the time was that it would be free for all Douglas County residents to use. We want, and this is from our city manager, we want everybody to be able to go use the center, and he said that to the city commissioners. But there's more articles out there from the LJ World. I didn't have time to dig them out. But the agreement was very contentious at the time to build this facility. And at the time, that was one of the things that was told to the individuals that were gonna spend the money, to the taxpayers to spend the money for the sports pavilion, was you're gonna be able to use this for free. And the other one, which the city has already reneged on, was that we were gonna always have a court to be able to use, and that has already been reneged on. So now the city and the hopefully not, the Parks and Rec will not do this second time reneging. Okay, this is what happens, and this is why people are losing trust in government. Okay, people are losing trust. You're willing, and I looked at that presentation that you guys just showed, $200,000 is what you're gonna produce with the one that you wanted to, you're picking, $200,000 worth of fees. Is that worth all of the public contempt you're gonna get? Is that worth that? Why would you do that for $200,000? Really, it's an $18 million budget. $200,000 for the city, or for the people in this city to say, man, these guys, they're reneged again. You're losing public trust when you do that for an $18 million budget. And for me, I want to be Norman, Oklahoma. I want to have our fees, no fees, because our taxpayers, that's what we're paying. We're paying for these facilities already. So if you guys want to keep putting fees, I think you're going to hear from a lot more people, and a lot more people are going to be upset as this moves down the line. And so I wouldn't do that for $200,000. Be a little wiser, and then let's get more creative. Let's look at expenses. Let's look at some different things. I'm willing to help with that creativity, but this is dumb for $200,000. Not worth it.
Thanks, Rich. Our next person is Ray Mendoza. Hi, Ray.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ray Mendoza, and I've been living in Lawrence for about 20 years, and I'm an avid golfer, so I'm gonna talk about the golf course itself. I don't really use other facilities, but maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I noticed up there you guys offer a annual pass for all the facilities, but not the golf course. You got mentioned Shawnee Parks and Recs. They offer a pass to their golf course, and they got over 500 pass holders. I mean, you want to raise some money, I think getting a pass would be an option to do that. So that's my question, that you offer a pass, an annual pass for all the facilities except for the golf course. So that's my 2 bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you say this person wants
Yeah,
to speak?
Connie
Okay.
did, yeah.
Connie Robertson will be next. Connie? Hi, Connie.
I'm Connie Robertson, and I will say, in this meeting, I am a retired city employee, so I know how a lot of this stuff behind the scenes works, and I know how a lot of it is not always really good. But I do have something I'd like to say, and they've kind of touched on it. And I wonder, and I know for a fact, maybe looking at staff cuts is a place to look really hard, because there's a lot of stuff out there. And I'm not saying just in Parks and Rec, but I know some in Parks and Rec. I've talked with the director about some of it a couple years ago. So I think we could look a little harder at some of those types of things to come up with some money. In addition to that, I'm a lifetime softball player, I've been umpiring forever, and we've got a complex sitting out there. Have some softball tournaments, have some baseball tournaments, let's make some money. And what I have heard from past Parks and Rec employees who are no longer in the city of Lawrence have said, nobody wants to work on the weekend. Well, whoop-de-doo. Work on the weekend and make a little money for the department and save everybody the headaches. And I mean, there's a new programming position open right now for adult sports. Bring them in and say, you're gonna run some tournaments. You are gonna work weekends. That's part of your job. Why should they be excused from it? So that's all I've got to say. There's a lot of things to look at besides fees.
Thanks, Connie. Ron Brenton?
Already spoke.
Already spoke.
You didn't have your scheme down yet.
No, that was for page 1, because Connie was first, because we pulled that one
Yeah,
back.
oh, yeah, that's right.
That needs to go back here. All right, now we're on this list. Okay.
Blame it on me.
No. Carolyn Huffman.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Huffman. Thank you for listening to us. I just have 2 questions. I play pickleball, and one lady I play pickleball with, she lives in Topeka, and she comes over to our facility because we have such an awesome group of players. But she told me her fee was reduced this year. She used to pay like $240 or something, and now it's only $60. Can you guys explain why that would be reduced to somebody who's out of the county to reduce that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Does anybody?
We'll take it over there.
Okay.
And then once we go through everything,
Yeah, I'd like to
we'll
know the
get
answer to that
for you.
because I don't know why, because she was like, yeah, can you believe that? They reduced the fees for out of county, which that doesn't make sense to me. So if anything, I would say that needs to go back to what it was originally. And the second thing is I was discussing this with Lindsay at the break time, is the way you guys structure tournaments. She says you rent out the facility to like MoCan or whoever is having a basketball tournament or volleyball tournament. So they rent it out, so they control all of that gate money coming in. That should be our gate money, because they're using our facilities. So I've traveled all over. My son plays college basketball, and every tournament I had to take him to, I had to pay to watch him. I don't know that that's fair, but I'm just saying that's how it is. So we host a lot of tournaments. I think you guys should restructure how you do tournaments. I don't know that I would rent it out to an association and let them have all of your gates, because that is a huge moneymaker right there. And that in itself would make more than $200,000, I would think, with all of the tournaments. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. John Weiss? John Weiss? Is there a John out there? Oh, okay. Next is Robert and Jackie Chase.
Well, I just guess I'm speaking for her. She's out there, but she's.
Okay. We can separate you out if you, it's not 3 minutes by marriage.
She's a Canadian nurse, and that's why we retired after I left running the Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center after 21 years. And I can tell you I'm an attorney, but I'm not here under any professional reason. Not yet, anyway. But I hope you put some money in the budget for an increased, larger room for us to visit you all. You'll get a better, a lot of people have left, a lot of people aren't there, it's hot as hell in here. And, the air conditioner or anything, or a little speaker to go outside, there's not a lot of expectation of what we have to think about all this. But anyway, so I agree with the gentleman that talked about a budget. I've dealt with lots and lots of budgets. I had to meet with city county commissioners every year for our contribution to the county. And we also had a mandate to serve everyone, whether they could afford it or not. And in a way, you have a mandate to serve everyone, whether they could afford it or not. It's true that the whole first funding situation was a promise that there would be no fee. That doesn't mean it's free. That means we're paying taxes to make that, pay off the darned loan or for the bond. So it's not that people are coming in free. Everybody has if it is free, so be it. That would be great. But we're all paying taxes, even if you're in an apartment, your landlord, whoever owns it, is paying some taxes to the city. So let's get away from thinking that this is some kind of free handout to people, because it's not. They're entitled to it because of that promise that was made at that time, is my understanding. I didn't live here then. I've only lived here for 4 years now, so. But I love Lawrence. I think Lawrence is one of the most greatest places in the world to live. Many magazines will tell you it's one of the best 20 places in the country to retire to. But you don't want to create class issues among people. I firmly believe that some of these very senior citizens, I live in an area where we have an HOA, and it's a senior area south of the Rock Chalk Park. And you go to a HOA meeting about what's going to be the cost of our maintenance for the next year, which is only $95 now. And in 4 years, they are so adamant about not increasing it. We haven't had a penny more. Somehow we figured out to get the guy to go down on his fees, who's our maintenance people. But anyway, the point is that your perception that it's not so much and it's equitable is not accurate, because equitable is a relative thing. It's not something that you could put everybody and then say, okay, I'm going to give these people under the poverty level. The poverty level is a distortion anyway. You have 5 kids, or you're going to be, trying to come over. You want to be able to come in here and play ball with your kids, not be worried about paying another $5 to go with them when you can barely afford the gas in today's market. So that's a big issue for me, is seeing that happen. I grew up in a place where they created a swimming pool and they put bond money into it, and we all got promised there would be reasonable fees. Didn't turn out very reasonable, and only the rich kids' families could afford it. I never got to swim in that pool. My dad was a factory worker with 6 kids and a mom that worked home. So, I used the swimming hole where there were a lot of leeches, and that was not the most fun place. But I'm not saying it psychologically hurt me any, but I was aware of that difference very much. And I think you're creating a situation to make that difference worse here. There is already some here. What do we want to turn into? An east side poverty area like Kansas City has, with a shooting every week, every day almost now? It's incredibly terrible. You want to get these kids in there and their families in there and the parents working with their kids in there and the dad feeling like I can go in and work out with my kids anytime. I don't have to go and see if I can find the $3 or $5 or whatever you want to charge, or the $100. They don't have it. They're already working from behind the 8 ball. They're not in a balanced budget. There isn't such a thing in a family that's struggling like that. So I adamantly say, I think you didn't intend to stir up a hornet's nest, but you stirred up a big one. And imagine the people that might have been here, but for the football game tonight. This place would have had to take over the football field. So anyway, I applaud all of you who are how many are volunteers here? This is an advisory committee, correct?
Yes.
So, and I don't want to take away any people's salaries or reduce them or anything like that. If anything, they probably need to be increased. But I agree with the gentleman. They gave you the budget with the beard and everything. And the poor gal who works out every day over there, she's faster than me going around that track. So, but I need that exercise. She needs that exercise. I can afford it, frankly. I'm not going to, maybe I have to cut out a meal at Johnny's Tavern or something like that. But whatever. I seriously want you to withdraw that, reconsider all these things. Let's take a little more time to talk about it. I wonder, your recommendation is advisory, correct?
Yes.
You can't raise it yourself. So I think we need to not put all the pressure on you, because the county commissioners have to approve of your budget at some point. Okay. So thank you for your contribution. I know how difficult it is to get volunteers to be on all these boards that have to be appointed. I appreciate a variety of boards I've worked with over the years, and I know it's difficult at times. In an era of non-consensus among people sometimes, it's hard. So anyway, thank you.
I know I skipped you on the sheet, so.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so why don't you come up now, since you were before other people. Give me your name again.
Kirk Devine.
Cook Devine, thank you.
I'm gonna keep this incredibly brief, because I thought the gentleman was a rich, said it very well. You know, 200K isn't gonna solve this problem, and if he increases with fee for play isn't gonna really solve this problem. It's gotta be much more of a management issue than a revenue issue. I'm not saying revenue isn't a big factor, but it's got to be. And they're attempting to do this without giving us any information about how management makes these decisions. My main frame of reference is SPL. That's where I go. I'm there a lot. I have some pretty good experience as to how the place operates and the strengths and weaknesses of it. And there are plenty of strengths. In fact, you know, I'll say SPL was a beautiful concept. It really was, you know, and people from out of town speak about it. You know, it's a pretty cool thing. It's a sports hub when there really weren't that many. It was almost visionary. So I can give lots of credence. But, you know, the ensuing crisis in trying to meet this obligation, and it is an obligation that was put to the taxpayers. As taxpayers, it's just, it's a non-starter to back off on this in 8 years. The real problem I have is play for fee puts no accountability or burden on the city and Parks and Rec to manage the situation, manage their way out of the situation. You know, I don't think there's too many people who are going to contest that you haven't been given a difficult situation. But there seems to be zero attempt to try to manage your way out of this, other than take this very low-hanging fruit, as this gentleman pointed out, that could be 200K if things go well. It's not a solution. You know, it's like there's going to have to be a full-throated, full-bodied evaluation with a full-body plan, rather than jump on the fees, because it's politically damaging. I just can't say it any other way. It's just like, you know, I really do have some empathy for Parks and Rec and the advisory board, because I really believe this should be the city commission making the city decision. They burdened you with this task, and they're not going to take political accountability. You guys, we do not have any political access to you. So our only accountability, line of accountability, is getting over to the city commission. It really, it's a decision, particularly based on SPL, that really belongs in their court. You know, this is not an ethical thing to do, and it isn't very smart, as this gentleman said. I'll shut up.
That's great. Rick Mullen? Rick Mullen? Hi there.
Yeah, my name's Rick Mullen. I've been a resident here for 27 years and live over there by Rock Chalk. And I agree with Rich and the last gentleman, just how going with the fee approach is really a bad situation for people. And it's for the little bit of money that it would try to bring in, it's just, it's terrible, and it's really bad PR. And I don't know who's gonna feel the consequences of that, except whether it be the commission or whatever. I know the advisory board isn't. But I have 4 children. They've all used it, played basketball, shoot baskets, go up there, kick the soccer ball around all the time. My daughter, who plays soccer and is hoping to play in college, has been up there probably 4 or 5 times a week for the last few years. And I mean, they love it. They get so much out of it. And to think that it's going to be charged I just think it's a terrible approach. One thing I looked at, one of the slides too, and I agree about the budget situation. There's got to be more management on the expenses, what's going on, whether it be Parks and Rec or all the whole city, and how if the Parks and Rec is taking on expenses that the city, other parts of the city should, that has to be transparent, and it's got to be seen. I looked at one slide up there about Eagle Bend, because I played golf all my life, and I don't know if anybody noticed it, but it said that this year's expenses were about 1.1 million on the bar graph. Next year's 2.1. what's the $1 million increase at a golf course? What is it? I mean, I saw it on the slide and I'm thinking, what is that? Are we putting another 9 holes in? I mean, what's going on? But that's a doubling of expenses in 1 year at the golf course. And I guarantee you, just upping the fees at the golf course, look, there ain't no people gonna go play Eagle Bend for those prices. Because you can skip out 20, 30 minutes around here and get much better courses for a lower price. So you're almost gonna back yourself into a corner, you raise the fees on that. But I gotta have the answer to what is the $1 million that increased starting this January 1st of this year at the golf course. Thanks.
Our next public is David Proto. Hi, David.
Can you put up that slide on the increase in expenses over 5 years, 7 years? Yeah. I would compliment the presentation. It was very good in the time that you had to give it. What struck me, and this isn't a correct assumption, but the allocated expenses are flat for 4 years, and then they're going up now because of the new cost allocation. But if you use that as a trend line, which is not entirely correct, you're going to be doubling your expenses within 5 or 7, 8 years. And so the fees that are up here today, which are proposed, could potentially double in 5 or 7 or 8 years. You probably do have a problem with your costs, but you also have a problem with your cost allocation, which goes back to how they're developing these budgets, which is making this tremendously more expensive as time goes on. I'm not for increasing or adding fees. When I was here in beginning of 2007, I think this really was sold that there wouldn't be fees. That's how it got through. Typical now, 5, 10, it's not you're not doing this, but 5, 10, 15 years later, oh, now we're gonna add the fees. That's coming out of this need to either raise your revenues or cut your cost. The city cutting their cost. And I think I agree with who said, the city council really is responsible for seeing this done.
Absolutely.
If they're the final decision makers, they should not, and they want trust in their government, they need to follow through on what's been previously been the case. I hope we don't get into, well, we didn't not promise fees, so therefore we can put them in. Costs are going up, but this is a tremendous jump. I'm all for the city getting a handle on their cost. And that's part of the reason they're trying to figure this out. Good for them. But I don't want to wind up paying fees to walk at Rock Chalk or play pickleball at Rock Chalk or play golf or do whatever else in any other area because of tulips being planted or things being added into your indirect costs that really aren't your responsibility. They really should be probably taxes. I don't know if streets are added into what, you have to pay for paving out there or not. But some of these things should be out of the general revenue and not coming out of your budget that I have to pay for because I'm walking around a track at the doctor's recommendation, as an example, to get exercise. I think I'll leave it at that.
Absolutely.
About the parking lot, though, somebody told me that the original developer still gets an annual payment because he, whatever worked out with whatever he was paying for the entire parking lot. You can check on that.
Okay, thank you.
So I inhibited you somewhat.
I believe I have one more person on the checklist, Wayne Simeon.
Hey, good evening. My name is Wayne Simeon, longtime Lawrence resident. My wife and I, Katie, have 5 kids who get a chance to participate and enjoy the local rec centers here as well. My mom and her family moved here in 1914. 40 years in the factory of Hallmark Cards in Leavenworth, moved them back. So I'm also here speaking on their behalf. And thinking about the sentiment that's been shared in terms of being opposed to the additional fee, and I will call it an additional fee because, again, we did pay for it through a bond and through our taxes. I agree with that sentiment, not only as a citizen, but also someone who helped raise money to fund the initial building of the Lawrence Sports Pavilion as a board member of the Bill Self-Assist Foundation years ago, which donated over $1 million to this, mainly for the main reason that it was going to be free of cost for local constituents. Thinking about the fees, I'm blessed to be able to have the ability to pay fees for my family. Been a long time youth coach here, but the higher matter of the issue here tonight is we've been lied to. It's a lie because of the expectation that particularly the Lawrence Sports Pavilion was built on. Appreciate the presentation, very helpful. My attention goes towards the bar graph item on why we're here, and as I look at the expense and the revenue columns from 2017 to 2019 that didn't budge, that fell way short of the actual expenses. My question is who's responsible for that? What type of ideas or activations were drawn towards that stalling for those 3 years? And even thinking about some of the efforts that are described to be made in this future movement, it says more effort and more marketing, which leads me to believe that there was a lack of effort and a lack of marketing many years up until this point. Who's accountable for that? Who's responsible for that? It shouldn't be the citizens. Right. Even in addition to, best case scenario, maybe there's a couple $1 million that's going to be added because of these fees. It still doesn't put a dent in the overall actual expenses. And then also I'm thinking about the recent Lawrence Loop that was just constructed. That was a $10 million project for an asset that isn't going to generate any revenue. Now, I really appreciate and respect that use of recreation in the community. But if you're already operating at a significant deficit, why would you dump $10 million into another facet that isn't going to generate any revenue, that's only going to put you more in the hole as a business entity? Thinking about SPL, it's clear that the design, the features, and the policy don't have anything to do with providing a community service, but that thing was built to generate revenue. All right, that responsibility does not fall on the citizens. That responsibility falls on the people who run it. All right, and so you got to step up and be able to fill that gap. And so I'm boldly against any type of fee, and for the lack of diligence and effort and ingenuity, that should not be sent down onto the constituents to be able to fill that void. Thank you.
Right.
Wait, was there anybody that I missed that would like to speak?
I had a check mark.
Okay, sorry.
I was out there.
You're out there. All right, well, why don't we go 1, 2, 3? Sound good? Come on.
You say your name?
Say your name.
Sure. This is Mark Beggert. And I'm here representing the Masters Swim Club here in Lawrence. And the subject is pool rental fees. And first of all, I do appreciate your time and effort for putting together this and inviting the public in here to discuss this. It's a little awkward. I've got one little thing that I'm really excited about, and I got 3 minutes, and I can barely clear my throat in 15, so I'll try and do this quickly. We're a club that welcomes anyone 18 years or older that wants to swim or learn to swim. And we have contract coaches. We separate people in swim lanes by their ability. We have workouts for them, but if they don't want to do their workouts, they don't have to. But we keep track of them, and we feel we provide a really good service to the community. It's swimming is a great health benefit. And every year I come around when there's a price increase on lane rentals, try and negotiate things. The thing we're not is a competitive swim club. And, you know, one of my questions would be, where do we really fit in that tier group? We are a club that's associated with USMS, which is the United States Masters Swimming Program. And through that, our members have the ability to be competitive at other swim meets. In fact, there are things called postal meets where someone in Brazil has a pool. They sent out a flyer that they're having these races that you can do, and you swim at your pool, submit a time, and you get to know how you did against the world. You know, so that's pretty cool. But the only other thing that I have is we used to always be able to get into the pool at 5:15. And most of our members, or a lot of our members, are working stiffs. And it really makes it hard to come in at 6:30 and get out in time and, you know, make your job and things like that. You know, our club's been around since the early 90s, and I can remember when we would swim free at the outdoor pool because we had a key and we'd get there at 4:30 in the morning, set up the lane lines. And I mean, our members are doctors, nurses, FBI, police, firefighters, you name it. It's every single part of the community. And we just really think that, you know, we're offering a great benefit. And the one thing I will say is we're your customer. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mark. You. Just state your name, please.
I'm Claude Laird, longtime resident of Lawrence and the county. Again, kudos to what you folks do. It's a tough job. Most of the points I wanted to make have already been made. I'm just going to reiterate two of them. I do think that there is an issue of trust with how this whole matter has been handled. And it has been done in a very quick manner. So we've had a number of issues. Lisa said that we want to demonstrate trust to the community and trust the community. And I think that it goes both ways, and that statements have been made. There are issues with how this whole thing has been implemented or is trying to be implemented. And so I guess I would simply conclude with you know, a question. That is, given that this issue has stirred these kinds of emotions, and some of the questions that have been raised tonight, what is the rush to implement this fee structure? I became aware of it in December, and originally it was talked about being implemented by February. I appreciate the fact that we get to make some inputs on this before it's a done deal. It sounds like it may already be. So the question is, why can't we give this a little more time and study it and answer some of the questions that have been raised here tonight, and put this off a little longer?
I'm Scott Myers. I've been in Lawrence for 27 years, so there's quite a few of us around. I have a couple comments about two things. One is, when we built the facility, it was geared towards being a large facility to attract revenue from tournaments and outside sales tax. That was one of the fundamental concepts. The other one was to recapture sales tax of the money that we were spending outside for not having that facility. Parks and Rec actually wanted a smaller facility. City went after it and said, hey, can we actually make more money by attracting larger tournaments? The answer is yes, and you guys have done a phenomenal job at selling this facility. My problem is that when we proposed the bond for $24, $25 million, that was to build the building, not for the ongoing operations. But the increase in revenue, the sales tax revenue that was generated by XPL needs to be accounted back into the Parks and Rec budgets. City can't take that, and again, it's not your problem, it's the city's issue. Because that's the only way that you can pay for a net zero operating cost with no fees. You got your turnstiles, but you need the other side of it, especially if you're moving into a PPP type budgeting where you have those indirect expenses now being thrown at you. They need to pony up the rest of the revenue picture so you have a clear and concise understanding and get clarity on your actual budget of what you're trying to shortfall or cover the shortfall. The other aspect of this is once you exclude the low income and fixed income and the folks that are gonna get the memberships for free, what else are you selling? If you use the facility on the second floor, you have better options elsewhere. Planet Fitness, Body Boutique, all of those inside and outside the city have better facilities for that type of operation. The one I have an issue with is that if you're gonna sell a membership, we should have priority in the use of it. And that's the floor. You guys have sold the floor to the extent that we can't use the floor when we want to use the floor, which is the winter months. We have awesome Parks and Rec. Once the winter's done, starting in March, we're outside. But from November through March, we're inside, and we should have priorities on that. Look at what 2023 January is. No weekend hours. You've sold them to HOA. You might as well have sold the naming rights for the facility. And we're only talking SPL. The rest of the facilities, we all agree that we're gonna have to pay for use. It's been that way forever. Back in 2016, it was recognized by the city manager that you had no ability to do facility level management. Doesn't appear that you still have. And the city has to provide that transparency to those budget numbers of that increased sales tax revenue stream and apply it towards yours, and then we can have a discussion about fees. Because if we don't have that transparency and clarity, we cannot have it. And you need to push back to the city council and say, we need to go back and revisit this, because it was promised at zero, just for SPL. And that overages or that surplus in sales tax dollars should be funding the rest of your operation, and it's not. Got to get back to the city, get clarity and transparency. Appreciate it.
Anyone else for public comment?
Everyone?
One up.
I'll try and be quick. A few questions if you don't mind. Brian Johnson. Yep. Thank you for the advisory board for all of your volunteer work, and I appreciate the LPRD staff being here so late. I wanted to start off, let me pull up my notes so I don't miss anything here. Recently, in the article that was quoted earlier about the city manager saying SPL was sold on being free for residents, it was also quoted Taylor Martin talking about how the facilities is booked for that quarter. Actually, he was talking about booked for this year, almost fully booked. So I'm curious as to why it was being spoken about as being so highly economically viable and successful, but then we're coming and seeing it on the other end. So was the article just being oversold, or where is the disconnect there? Program fees were quickly rolled out, so quickly that Lindsay's PowerPoint was out of date by the time it even came to this meeting. My guess is that it was, let's get it rolled out before we get to this meeting. Was the advisory board, did you recommend that this be rolled out? So that's my question there. If we have an advisory board, are we utilizing them? What are they here for if not to advise? Lindsay, you had in your PowerPoint a pyramid. The second level up was a considerable community benefit, 10 to 50% recovery rates. I'm curious where SPL falls in the recovery rates. And are we trying to push it above that 50%? If it's falling in the 30%, then it's healthily where it needs to be, according to what you're presenting in your presentation. Also, it was brought up about sponsors earlier. I'm a sponsor of SPL. I have a sign there. I had one for, started in 2018. I think it was John Blazek had brought up that there wasn't much effort put into sponsorship, and I can speak to that firsthand. I had a crazy amount of issues just trying to get paid the first time and get up there in 2019, and then my sign sat, and until it had to be taken down and replaced, no staff ever called me to reinstitute or get a new contract. So I literally probably got a free year out of it. I didn't think about it, and so until that came up, so I can speak firsthand that sponsorship was not pushed hard. It was not a front of anybody's mind. It was a headache throughout the whole process. And finally, I don't know if this is of importance or not, but it is to me. A lot of the people who are making these decisions for us don't live in Lawrence. The vast majority of the assistant directors for LPRD do not live in Lawrence. And I feel like decisions that are going to affect, it's easy to make decisions with somebody else's money. This is our money. So it should be made here. And that's where we need to start looking into staffing, releasing real numbers as to where the revenue is going. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Any other public comment in our building right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on up, state your name, please.
My name is Eric Trentz. I'm 25. I've lived almost my entire life here in Lawrence. Worked at Holcomb, coached soccer in Lawrence for 4 years, coached basketball at Central Middle School for 3 years. And I don't really have too much to say in terms of stats. I can do better on educating myself when it comes to the numbers, but I can just speak from personal experience. Not only are the community centers of Lawrence a huge blessing to just the entire city, but especially for people who are between the ages of 18 and 30, who might not attend KU or have the money to pay for a gym membership. You know, we really benefit from having these community centers free. Like, I just got done shooting baskets at the East Lawrence Center. I attend pretty much all of the community centers at least like once a week to play pickup basketball, exercise with my friends. And for the city, you know, we've seen an increase in crime, specifically drug-related crime, drug overdoses occurring in young people. And the last thing that I feel like that we need for the city is to cut out another opportunity for people who are close to my age, young adults, to have that outlet to, you know, exercise, which will benefit not only their physical health, but mental health. Yeah, that's it.
Anyone else? In person? All right, so shall we move on to anyone from our Zoom who have comments?
So Zoom, if you have your comments, if you want to raise your hand, Jackie will call on you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Or I can.
No, I got it. This is my problem. I'm gonna start with John Martello. You'll start with us first.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. First, I want to thank everyone for working on this very challenging issue. It's been very enlightening tonight. I do believe the proposed facility admission fee is a slippery slope that will eventually drive more people to private gyms. Even if they don't even go, I imagine that'll be a secondary negative thing. The facilities will actually become underutilized long-term, and that's another thing nobody wants. I know the children and low-income individuals will remain free, but I do have to ask the question, what about the senior citizens? And why does this middle-class folk have to pay more than they already do? They're already financially strapped, and really, they need these free facilities. So putting this on the back of the middle class who have to pay the taxes and then now pay fees is not really fair at all. I actually support the model that the Unified Government of Wyandotte County has based on the presentation, which is most inclusive in that there are no fees for anyone in their community. I think that's the way it should be. That's the way it is now, and I believe we should change. You know, we're putting in walking paths, bike lanes and such around town to increase movement and exercise. And, Yet we're considering putting some financial barriers to some of our facilities, the ones that are being discussed tonight. So it's a sort of a mixed messaging. So are we a city that's looking to improve the health and wellness of our citizenry? Or are we only doing it when it's convenient when we have federal tax dollars? And I think, we really all want the best for our city. I do believe that. So I think the problem is with the budget. The new budgeting system needs to be tweaked further. I think the targets are out of whack. Allocating more funds from the general fund to the Parks and Rec is needed. I do not believe the budget shortfalls outlined in tonight's presentation should be the sole burden of this group. I don't think it's fair. I understand the city has shortage of funds in some areas, yet they're able to create and expand other areas these last few years. So this challenge really needs to be resolved on a broader level, not by targeting this group and these programs that support community engagement and health across the board. So I guess my closing statement is that Parks and Rec needs a bigger budget, so you guys aren't placed in this position. That's really where the problem lies. And I wish you the best as you try to find a balance that we all desire. That's my presentation, and good luck to you all.
Thanks, John. Barbara, you're next with your hand up for 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Good. We love Lawrence Parks and Recreation. It's one of the things that when we retired and moved here, we were most impressed by. Not only the facilities, but all of the other things you do, the Christmas lights, the beds down in on Mass Street, all of the things that you do, the parks, the travel. I want to absolutely recommend Gail Sigurdsson for her contribution to people who are 50 and over. I mean, she is a fabulous resource. But I think your problem lies in the city not giving you, I agree with the person before, it's the city budget not giving you enough to do all of the things that you do. And so if you could tell us what we need to do to talk to the council, that would be very helpful, because the benefits that you give are outweighing the money that you're given to do them. So it's not the revenue versus your budget, it's how much wonderful things you do that are not recognized by the city council. And I think that's what we need to address. But my other issue is also that all of the city employees ought to have free access. I'm not one, so this is disinterested. All of the city employees need to have access to the sports facilities. So the woman who gets to Rock Chalk and opens at 6 a.m. and leaves at 10 a.m., if she wants to come back at 4 and do granny basketball, she has to pay a fee to enter. I don't think that's fair. So the other thing that I would say is that the senior citizens are probably, judging by the population at Rock Chalk, are the ones who are most able to afford a fee. But I'm worried about the people at Holcomb and at the community center who maybe can't afford that and don't understand what they would have to do to go through to be able to continue to access those facilities. We have used all of those, and there is an absolute difference in the clientele. The last thing I would say is that there is a community fund that older people who are retired who have enough means could contribute to and tag it for use for the LRPD. And I think you need to do more. I get flyers from Planned Parenthood that says how you can use your IRA to reduce your minimum distribution requirement. I think you need to do the same thing to your older population to increase donations to the Douglas County Community Fund that would be earmarked for Lawrence Parks and Recreation, because I think there would be a lot of us who would do that. So don't make the employees pay, and actually don't make anybody pay, but give us a lot of resources so that we could contribute in different ways and charge those tournaments more. That's me.
Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom that hasn't raised their hand yet that wants to speak? All right, I want to thank our entire community who has all shown up for public engagement today and to speak on this topic. I know we have a lot of questions that I think were brought up that might need to be answered, so we maybe need to start going through some of those.
You'll see a hand up there.
There's a hand,
hers.
but that's still Barbara. That's still Barbara.
Okay.
So now it comes back to the board for further discussion.
All right, so. Hi, everyone. Okay. So where do we want to begin with some of these questions, or where would we all like to start?
I feel like questions get answered first before we add more questions and comments.
Okay.
Or the ones that can be answered anyway.
All right, does, just want to go through some of these, or where do we want to begin here? Because I think from the first part.
There were a lot of questions. I'm kind of asking myself whether staff was making notes.
Yeah,
Whether it's really realistic for us to go through them line by line at this time.
Okay.
I think it'd be beneficial. I really do. And I took notes. I'm sure other staff took notes. I'm sure advisory board members took notes. So if we can run through a list of those questions and then what we feel is gapped, we can try to answer those on top of that.
Yeah.
Be a great thought. So.
Well, I took notes. I will do my best to kind of go in order as I saw some questions, and please, everyone on the board, if I missed someone or skipped something, join in. So it appears one of the first questions was talking about the gap, and has the city always filled the gap? I think that was one of the first questions I saw.
I think I would say that Mark can better answer that. He's the budget expert for the department and has continuity with tenure in the city of the department.
So there's always been a funding equation. Mark Ecker, assistant director. There's a funding equation that goes on the rec side and golf side. So there's always a tax supported piece and a revenue supported piece. What's happened over the years through COVID especially is that revenues weren't increasing, but the tax supported was. So if we're trying to balance back to a cost recovery percentage, that's where we've kind of gotten out of whack over the last 3 years, basically. And then going into COVID, we really weren't increasing fees, and we basically stopped in 2020. So that's where we're kind of getting off balance a little bit. So trying to get this back to a little bit closer cost recovery model of 30%.
So the cost recovery percentage, it seems like that's a big, I mean, that's a sort of an anchor point, right?
So that's the subsidy model in the cost recovery pyramid. So user fees, let's say it's entry-level swim class that recovers 25%. It means the city is supporting Parks and Rec, 75% subsidizes that program. So why is the predicted revenues or actual revenues not equal to expenses? I think that's a question I heard also in there. Revenues will never equal expenses unless we were doing an enterprise fund and we were 100% cost recovery. So the programs are subsidized. And then is there a second subsidy? I think that's where the question was going, whether it be general fund or sales tax, to fix the budget, if you're below revenues and your cost recovery for programs, should that fix it? And so that's where I think the question mark is, what's historically been the history on the revenues? And during the COVID we didn't really touch that for the 2020-21.
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. So we've changed our funding models a little bit over the years. So in the past, golf course was a standalone enterprise fund. So basically it had to produce the revenue to operate the like capital improvement projects out there. So it did a nice job of supporting the operational costs. On the rec side, we had like I said before, we had a revenue that weren't hitting our revenue targets. We had to cut the expense side on the budget. So in 2019, we rolled both of those funds into the general fund. There might have been 20, but we rolled both of those into the general fund to make it a cleaner budget process. So it removed a little bit of delineation of those separate budgets and separate funding mechanisms. But, you know, it all comes down to hitting targets. And, you know, we set targets like this year's budget target. We were supposed to increase revenue by $1.2 million. So that's a lot of what we work with the task force is what scenarios can we come up for 1.2. And, you know, then I give the task force credit. We came up with some ideas. Now, were they plausible? Were they sellable? That's what we're talking about tonight. But it's always a little bit of a push when you start trying to increase revenues in certain areas. And the thing you have to look at is a little bit of equity. So you don't want to increase this program, you know, a very high percentage and then don't touch this one. Or this one goes crazy up 30, 40, 70%, and this one only goes up 4%. So that's the balancing act in this. And that's what's really hard on trying to keep these budgets balanced between program sets.
Thanks, Mark. So I think there was another question about the bond and how Rochester was paid. Yeah.
We
need to ask further questions to his response.
I'm sorry, what?
Are we permitted to ask further questions to his response?
Can we work on finding that more information for the community with?
Yeah, and I think Wayne had some, I mean, you referred to the Build Self Foundation, whatever. But we need to find out authoritatively, was that just a political thing, or was it actually, you know, sort of contractual thing with citizens that they wouldn't have to pay?
And I don't recall there being a bond issue. I think there was a existing sales tax from the 1990s that had paid off the indoor pool. And the thought was, well, there's now capacity within this existing sales tax. So I think some of the discussion was at the city commission level and not a bond that was voted on by the public.
We need to get clear on that.
It was. That's exactly what happened. We had paid off all of because this even was prior to me. They had done several projects with the sales tax, and they had basically, this is a tax without a sunset, had a lot of projects for Parks and Recreation at the time. And I know people have always, you know, there have been community people that have said that it's the Parks and Recreation tax because that's the way it was sold to the community, but it could be used in a variety of different things in the city. So we were looking at a second generation for the use of the sales tax, and we had pushed, you know, we were putting some other things on the table previously, and then SPL became the topic at that point.
Mark Beckers.
He can speak to it a lot better than I.
Yeah, Roger summarized it well, but basically, first generation of the sales tax was 94, so basically 96 projects. So there was the golf course, indoor aquatic center, outdoor aquatic center renovation, and then they paid off. Those debt payments paid off. We replaced it with sports pavilion debt payment. So that all of the sports pavilion debt payments are being paid by that sales tax. So it was just a continuation of the next set of projects. So standalone bond vote question on that.
So where does this promise come from?
The promise of free for everyone?
Free access to the facility.
Back at that point in time, there were one or two commissioners talking about that. I don't ever recall it being voted on by the city commission. So I think that was salesmanship. I don't recall that being voted on by the city commission.
You guys are shaking your heads.
I mean, if it was a sunset tax that needed to be re-upped.
It's not a sunset, it's perpetual.
It's perpetual, and then those resources were then directed towards SPL. Is that still taking place now?
Mark,
Is it sales tax or property?
No, that tax,
the sales tax, is it still being used, Mark, to fund the bond payments on SPL?
Yes. Yeah, I think the bond payment, and I don't have the exact numbers, is between 1.2 and 1.4 for 20 years. So we built in 2014, so we still have quite a bit of debt payment on the building.
my understanding, and I don't remember where this comes from, is that once the projects that were associated with the new sales tax, which was, as I remember, the Parks and Recreation, like capital master plan. Once we got those things done, then, and it was like 20 years or whatever, then the obligation to maintain the sales tax for Parks and Rec, by the city manager's decision, I think, it then said, no, that language of that sales tax says blah, 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 or other expenses as needed. You know, they all, and once the projects were done, then that sales tax was, as far as I know, reallocated, just pumped into the general fund. But that still doesn't get us to the point of, was this officially guaranteed to be free?
So where do we?
I mean, there's gotta be a document if it was.
Yeah.
Well, there's sure a lot of people that think that.
I know, but you could
Yeah,
think,
but
you could think it because the city commission said it.
A city commissioner may have said it, because I think there was one statement by one city commissioner that I found from way back when, 14 or 15, in the Journal World that said that. But I don't think it ever went to a city commission.
Could have been all five of them said, yeah, fine, we'll do that. But it was never legally.
Formally adopted.
Okay.
I think so.
Next thing, okay, let's move,
That is the thing, though, the lack of clarity and the transparency, even for people that operate in this space on a daily basis. If you guys can't come to that clarity and transparency, why do you start with a fee? Start with getting clarity and transparency around those issues for people that are full-time employees or task force members or board members. Start with clearing that up before you go to fees February 1st and March 1st.
okay,
Absolutely.
so, let's see,
Next question.
other questions? I know there was a question about the pickleball fees being reduced,
That was a non-resident.
non-resident, yeah.
So somebody from Topeka said they had previously paid $240 and now we're paying $60.
It's an out of county.
Yeah.
Out of county, yeah.
What I recall, the non-resident fee was higher at Sports Pavilion Lawrence at one point, and it got changed. But I also don't have the numbers of how many people were paying that fee. I think they were pretty minimal that were using it. And that was, I believe, part of the reason that it was lowered, because they weren't getting that much usage out of it.
Okay.
That would have
So
followed.
are you
that.
confirming that the non-resident fee has been lowered?
I don't know. Yes, it was.
I can't remember what the starting fee
It
was.
was-
I know now it is 60.
It's
I
60.
just can't remember what it went
If you remember
from
the board, it was brought to the board at one point, and I know there was conversation about the resident versus non-resident. And I know there was one particular person that was always pushing for the out non-residents too.
And that's a $60 per year fee.
I think this could have been part of it. In about 2019, there was a discussion about fees.
Exactly.
And at that time, the advisory board recommended to the city commission against establishing fees for entry for residents. But part of that conversation, I think, was we should be charging non-residents. And the number 60 came from somewhere. I don't know where it came from, but I think it was part of this a larger conversation that we had at that time.
I believe it.
Does that sound right?
Yes, it is.
Next question I saw what.
Jackie,
Yes.
this is John Blazik. I was on the board back when Maryland, and I think we started a little bit earlier than that. Maryland got right on. But there was times where we were letting visitors come in for free. I mean, I went over to Topeka one day and I had to pay to get in. So I'm out there working out and they just let everybody in for free at Rock Chalk Park for quite a few years. And then we got into that, and I can't remember everything, Marilyn. I know you were involved. But we were trying to get something charged on people who didn't live here. So it's just kind of interesting.
All right, I think the next one was someone had asked about the 1 million increase.
Oh, on the golf.
On the golf course, so if we can talk about that a little bit.
Mark it up.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. So on the golf budget particularly, one of the biggest changes is we're being charged total for all water usage out there, which is a $500,000 line item. And then we have $200,000 worth of internal service charges. So that's the charges we talked about on all the other, finance, legal, risk management. And then there's a capital improvement project in there that's not normally in the budget. So it's a pretty fancy project. I all want to do for replacing the liner in the sewage lagoon. So that's a $125,000 item that normally has not been budgeted in the golf budget, but that's the appropriate place for it. So that comes up to almost a $1 million difference. The other difference is the increase in hourly wages for full-time and part-time staff.
Thanks, Mark.
Going back to the SPL, there is a place on the city's website, lawrenceks.org/archives-sports pavilion, that has all the documents that are part of the sports pavilion building. Has renderings, it has all the construction documents on there as well. Again, that's lawrence.ks.org/archives/sports pavilion. So archives-sports pavilion. Or you can just search on the city's website and just put archives SPL or sports pavilion. You should be able to get it.
Thank you. I think that's what I have for the last questions from public comment, unless some of other people noticed any other ones that they've answered.
I've got one from Ray Mendoza on the pass system, and I think that was something the golf course might have been looking at on setting up a different system.
We were gonna look into options.
So that concern's being looked at.
Yep. And to the sponsorship at Sports Pavilion, the one that a speaker spoke to, it was in several different transitions. At the time of 2019, I believe it was in the recreation side of the house. At that point, it had been with my office for a while, and we had a part-time staff that was hired to go out and solicit. We had sold the wall, and then it got transitioned out. And then during COVID, the gentleman spoke 2019, I believe it was 2020, as to his specific one. And that was at a time when buildings were open, but they weren't fully opened. And one of the things, we kind of put it on ice, and from my standpoint, I probably should have sent out letters to everybody and been transparent saying, hey, we're gonna put this on hold because the facilities are not open, it's not servicing you. And so we just let that run until we reopened and then started the clock again. And then recently Taylor has taken over that whole process with the sponsorships on the wall at SPL. So we are getting that cleared up, but I wanted to address that specific instance that we did go on ice for a while because all our facilities were closed. And then when we opened, we weren't open at the same hours that we had them actually purchase them at the time. And then in good faith, I didn't think that was the right way to do a sponsorship either. So we just allowed it to continue until a period of time when we were fully opened.
So we do have someone currently then.
Yes,
that is
Taylor
now
has
working on-
basically re-upped the wall pretty much.
Gymnastics wall.
Yes, that gymnastics wall there, yes.
Okay.
But is he working on any other parts of the building or overall building?
The one, I've been working with the re-up with LMH in the contract, and we're in towards the end of that, so we're getting there. So
Taylor's main focus is that wall with the sponsorships, and I think it's in the recreation report, kind of how many he's sold and what he's been working on.
And that's awesome, but I guess,
That is all
other
his.
than that and LMH, are we actively soliciting other sponsorships at this time?
How much are you paying for the sponsorships?
$1,000.
Can I chip in on the sponsorship?
Well, there was someone.
Mark would like to comment.
The building.
I think we've been talking about sponsorships, but we never really put our foot forward on trying to solve that. So for sponsorships to be part of the budget scenario, it's gonna have to be sustainable year after year after year. So we're gonna have to say, we expect to produce 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 a year for it to help with our budget. And to do that, I think Marilyn mentioned this when we were walking through the task force, is we're probably gonna have to pay money out. So in other words, it may cost us 75,000, produce 270.
Right, and Mark, you might speak to the person that we actually put this out for an RFP at one point. And we were
Right.
looking at, doing that thing, that exact thing. But then I think it got to be that the cost that they were charging was so much more than what we would get in return. It wasn't beneficial for us.
And I think we need to take maybe another run at that. And then the other bigger thing, the city commission has chimed in on this, is if we're gonna do a naming rights to a facility, it needs to be a substantial amount of money. It's not, $100,000 a year. It's a much bigger number than that if you wanted your name on the front of the sports pavilion. And we haven't put resources towards selling that. And, there are professional companies that do this for a living that can bring in a bigger name than we as staff can do. So, I think if we want to keep talking about this, we need to set a target and then set a program, make it happen. Otherwise, we're just going to keep fumbling around like we have since the sports pavilion opened, basically.
Yeah.
I can jump in and answer, sorry. Go ahead.
I think we need to decide what we're gonna do from now.
Right, well, are there any other questions for?
I had one more question to answer. Lindsay Hart, Assistant Director. I was gonna answer Brian's question about SPL. I haven't forgot you. So SPL, on the tier chart, as you mentioned, falls in tier 2, which should bring in cost recovery of 25 to 50% as a staffed facility. They are budgeted to bring in, or to be at about 41% cost recovery. In 22, the way their revenues are coming in, they're gonna be sitting at about 15, maybe 20%. So even with our proposed fees, admission fees, all these things combined, it could possibly get them up to maybe 25%, but they're gonna be hard pressed to even hit 30%. So again, they're getting close, but they are below, so there is room to grow. I know in the article, I don't have all the context in front of me, but I know the full tournament season, January through May, is completely booked, but summer and then into the fall definitely has room to to increase bookings and rentals and things like that.
To some on the tournaments, and it may have been you that mentioned this, when it first came out, it was a new toy in the region. Got a lot of interest, and then we had competition from Hy-Vee Center and some others that the sports teams, or the basketball in particular is what I'm thinking of, they shop and who's gonna cut them the best deal. And last year, I know staff I said, no, we're not gonna give away an extra $15,000 or $25,000. The idea was they should come here and they say, Lawrence is great, we wanna come back here. But it's a unique group of people that go out for these tournaments, and as more competition for facilities came up, Lindsay could talk about the numbers, but our numbers are down dramatically on tournament revenues. Granted, some of that's coming out of.
Can I ask Wayne a question? Do you know, like, the reputation of SPL versus regional spaces for tournaments?
Well, I mean, clearly it's a state-of-the-art facility, but like any business, there is competition.
Right.
And whether it's in the weekend tournament fulfillment space, or whether it's in the marketing and naming rights space. And so people are gonna go where they can get the best deal. I understand wanting to be competitive within that, but again, looking at the budget and this significant deficit in expenses and revenue, can beggars really be choosers in this? Can we really have the expectation that for the naming rights of the Lawrence Sports Pavilion, that, hey, it has to be, 2.x million over X amount of years, when maybe we do have a smaller offer on the table? Like, we have numbers we gotta hit, here in this. And I don't know of any other business or entity or budget that gets the luxury of continuing to operate in the same way with a significant deficit and not making any type of significant changes that don't come with passing the buck on to somebody else. Now, I will say that we are limited here in terms of hotel space. Obviously, the centrality in Kansas City to an airport, but when this place did first open, there were marquee tournaments from across the country that did see this as a viable destination. And there's gotta be bigger symptoms. I mean, I even look across the parking lot and see the Best Western Plus that was established right there to clearly be able to benefit from those tournaments. If Best Western Plus has to sell and change a name, wow, someone's missing the mark in terms of being able to generate enough business on the weekends and tournaments to keep one hotel open that's right across a parking lot that will be a preference for any team or any family to stay at. And so it seems to be like a lot of bigger issues, and the fee is a symptom of a bigger issue that really needs to be addressed.
Jackie, this is John Blazik. Jackie?
Yeah, John, we're here.
I'd like to pigtail off that gentleman, because that's what I do all summer. I travel the country working with referees. And I'd like to reiterate what he just said. When this opened up, I want to say 8 years ago, I don't know. This was the hot place to come. Now, I think they added videotape. We just were told that, I think, last 3-4 months ago, which I think will be good because they can sell some videoing. I go all over the country. Right now, they're starting to go to newer places. They're starting to go where they can fly in, have more housing, different things. I have no clue what Lawrence Sports Pavilion charges for a weekend tournament compared to the Hy-Vee Center or the Forum in Wichita or the new one in Omaha, but everybody's got them now. And I think they've got to do something to be competitive, because right now, those teams aren't coming here anymore. And you can see that in your data and your line items on how much Sports Pavilion is below on their budget. So I would like to just reiterate what he just said.
Thanks, John. All right, any more questions or comments from our advisory board?
There was
Yes.
2 questions that I think, I'm sure we can't dig in and answer everything exactly tonight, but one regarding the actual budgets of each facility and how they compare and which ones are doing well and which ones aren't. That was brought up by somebody, and do we have that? I mean, is that how it's broken down? And then also lastly, the person that said, please tell us what to do to take this back to the city, if it should be something that goes to the city commission. I can't answer your question.
For your first question, Mark, do you think you could share the cost centers and we can just kind of walk through there on what their expenses and revenues? Maybe that's not it. I know, I'm hitting him off the cuff, and that may not even be possible.
As a board member, what are we gonna do with that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not our job.
It's not our job, it's not our job to approve the operating budget or anything like that. I think that what, if I recall, this all came about is staff, Derek and Lindsay and others came to us and said, we've been ordered to close a $1.2 million gap. And then the advisory board said, can we please be part of that conversation rather than it just being a staff conversation? Now, since that gap has grown from 1.2 million to somewhere over 2 million, which is an issue that bothers me, but we were not, the advisory board was never in a position to say, should we, is this a good idea or not? It was more a question of, we've got to increase revenue. We're either going to do this or we're going to do that, and those are our only options. And I think the task force operated under those assumptions. And I'll just go out on a limb now and say that I actually agree with the members of the public who think we need to take a step back and we need to ask questions of the city manager and perhaps make a recommendation to the city commission about this. We've seen enough public outcry tonight and in our email inboxes that I think it would be a mistake and a breach of trust to have a quick vote tonight and to go ahead with approving the recommendation that I was part of, one of the ones that made it. I learned a lot tonight, and based upon all of the great comments that were made, I think we need to take a different approach to this and not a knee-jerk, very fast answer that's going to disenfranchise a lot of people in our community.
You guys, your clapping isn't helping.
Jackie?
It really isn't. It becomes intimidating.
Jackie?
Yes, John.
Really.
I kind of like to,
I want to disagree.
Okay, can you hold on 1 second? John was talking too. So are you finished or no?
No.
Okay.
okay,
John,
go
why
ahead,
don't you hold
John,
this?
finish up.
Okay, I want to take issue with what Marilyn is proposing. I think what has been brought to us tonight is enough information to suggest there are value issues that are involved here that ultimately will have to be decided with political accountability. That political accountability, and I'm talking now as a former council member and mayor, that accountability, these discussions, these comments are comments that I commonly would associate with comments made to a city commission. The issue here about this gap and how much the earned revenue is going to fill the gap versus the general taxes is going to fill the gap. It's not our issue. It's the commission's issue. And what I suggest is that we endorse the task force report. We instruct, to the extent that we can, we instruct Derek to include the report with an addendum that the advisory board is taking issue with some of these matters. And then what we also do is we send a direct communication to the city commission. and we say, we have had this meeting, we have made a proposal under the conditions that we were operating under. We have, you have access to the task force report. We recommend that you address the task force report and the resident comments at a city commission meeting. I mean, we can't, what can we do? We can't solve this issue.
We've been asked to make a recommendation, and you are saying that you think we should vote to approve the recommendation.
That the task force came up with.
Yeah, I think we differ on that.
With the caveat, you know, that.
John Blazic?
Yes, this is John Blazic. I just have 2 or 3 things. I took some notes too, and Jackie, I just want to make it really clear. When I came on this board 6 years ago, this is an advisory board. Okay? When we vote for things, it's supposed to go to the city council. I never volunteered for this position on this advisory board to make decisions that affects people's pocketbooks. That's not my job. That's your city council and city manager and Derek. They make the big decisions, the big bucks. That's number one. Number two, if you're going to ask me to vote, I'm going to vote no. I don't agree with it. I don't like it until I see what Derek has done within the department of staffing, of programs, because it was really obvious, and I didn't think of this, and I love the bike route, but when we're over budget, why do we drop that kind of money? It's obvious nobody's told no.
State money.
The other thing, let me finish, John. I listen to you. The other thing that really bothers me, and community members need to understand this, and I've talked to Derek about it for 2 or 3 years. I know he doesn't want to listen, nor does anybody else. We have people making these decisions on increase of pay, and 6 of the 7 assistant directors don't live in our community, people. They don't pay this. They come to work, they go home. You need to know that. And it was mentioned by a gentleman earlier. I wanted to reiterate that. The other thing, the city employee, the young lady that spoke, had a lot of information she didn't give us, but she did make a comment. I've worked there behind the scenes. There's a lot of places to cut. We all got an email from a community member. There are 100, I want to say 49 or 52 employees, city employees that are $90,000 and up. You don't think you can't cut funds or cross-train or not fill? That concerns me as a taxpayer, and that's what I'm here for. And I leave this decision up to the city council and the city manager. That's why they're paid. And there's got to be direction from Derek since he's the director. Thank you, Jackie.
John.
May I make a comment? John, you're more than welcome to come in. I'd be glad to show you the org charts from 2017 to now. Actually, our numbers are down on staff, but I think that's one of the things has been one of your issues. I'd be glad to walk through that with you, and you can see where we are. I think for example, somebody mentioned adult sports. That position is cut in the 23 budget as a position savings. And you can look at the cost recovery. The adult sports is a legacy program that wasn't getting the revenues, softball. So now we put that under one supervisor. So youth sports is now supervising over youth and adult sports.
We do have the programmer position.
You don't need to just tell me. That needs to be transparent to the community members. Because I know one person retired, you hired 2 to take that position. And I've watched this, Derek, and I've tried to talk to you, and you always give me attention. I appreciate that. But when I go out, it falls on deaf ears. I've known that for 6 years since you've been on here. I mean, I've been the biggest supporter of this for 3 years. In the last 3 years, and I know Mark is pretty smart when it comes to budgeting, but I saw this fall coming 3 years ago. All I had to do was watch your numbers and participation, and people that don't live here, nobody knows, and your office is locked and things like that. I mean, I watched this. I just watched the budget. I mean, that was an easy thing to follow. So I know you'll always take time for me. I appreciate that. But when I walk out, it's dropped. So I think you need to make the city, the community members, taxpayers, transparent on what you're doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
John or Andrea or Val, any other comments or questions right now?
Is Pat on there?
Is Pat on there?
He must have gotten home.
Oh, wait, Pat, you're right, Pat, we did lose Pat, okay. All right,
This is Val Renault, board member. I keep looking back at the email that Stephen Coprince wrote that says, it's his second email. While I understand it may be within staff's power to make this change unilaterally, I believe that the community deserves an up or down vote by its elected officials on a matter of this significance. And then he brings up, particularly given that a previous city commission touted free access as key consideration in support of building the SPL. I urge the advisory board to recommend that the city commission review this matter, offer the opportunity for public debate and put it to a vote. So I'm just reading him because that's the approach I agree with at this point.
thanks, Val. Andrea, anything?
Listening through everybody this evening, I'd have to say that I kind of agree that it's really not a place for us to be making that kind of decision for the community. And I don't really feel comfortable making that vote. I am inclined, if we are forced to vote on it, that my answer would have to be no this evening, but I think we definitely need to think about this more and or put it to the commission at this point. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. All right, so I think we've heard that John would like to bring it up for a vote. My question is, can things be split? Can we split and separate out the $2 option versus the raises that we've talked about and vote on those things? Or do we have to vote on them all at once, with the options?
So you mean splitting program?
The three, sorry, the program fees, sorry.
Fees,
Yeah, can we?
Because there were two different.
Versus the admission, right?
Right,
So-
program versus admission. Would we feel comfortable as a board separating those out and voting on them? Or is this all one thing that we have to bring to the city manager?
I mean, to me, it's all one thing because of the change in the way our budget has been calculated affects both programs and access to rec centers. And I'm not comfortable really voting to approve either one of them right now.
It'd be a recommendation. So the fees that you heard, you're not, being on that task force, you're not endorsing the option 1 fees? We really didn't hear much public input on
We
that.
actually did. I mean, we had a number of people like Aaron Payton who said, you know, the way this budget increase has been calculated is bogus, and he talked about the reasons that he thought that was true. And I kind of agree with that. It's like we were going along with one set of rules, and suddenly there's been this sort of like other set of rules put on that seems to be forcing us into a corner, and nobody's asking the question whether the new set of rules is really right and just. So I find it weird that we went from 2020 to 2023 or 24 with like a 58% increase in costs. To suddenly go from, you know, not having to account for any indirect costs and some of these things, is suddenly like in 1 year, we're supposed to make up for all that. I guess I'm questioning that now.
Well, that wasn't a Parks and Rec decision, was it?
Which is why I think this needs to be
Yeah, so the question
elevated.
is, how are we gonna get it there?
And so for my clarification, you're saying that we have to send a recommendation to get it to city commission?
That's what I would, I mean, that's what I would do. To get it, I mean, just get it there so they have to, they have to consider it.
Because it can't go there without a recommendation.
Well, could
Well, what would go there? I mean, it would be just Derek taking what he recommends, which is, I guess, what the task force decided, and he would just take it to the city manager.
And staff can not take our recommendation. Staff can do whatever staff needs to do.
That's true.
What I would envision happening would be there'd be a recommendation, either for or against. And then, as department director, I will make a recommendation, which may or may not align with the advisory board, but I would document everything that we have, to include the emails, the comments, and that'd be attached to the city manager's report. So there's the recommendation coming from the advisory board through the director via the tools that I have available to adjust our budget. I can't change the way that we do our financial accounting procedures. That is a city function. So that would be my thoughts about how we go about getting the recommendations of the board to the city commission.
So I'm not clear, what would you want us to do?
Look at the options 1 and 2, and if you want to vote on it as a package of support or non-support, do that, or break it out, option 1 or 2.
And we can all vote how we want, because it doesn't have to be a,
No.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, so we can all say what we own personally recommend, and then you take that information.
So from my perspective, what I've seen as the director in the department, Roger's caught most of the Parks Department emails, and I'm sure Lindsay, Mark, and everybody else has gotten them. I would say a very high percentage has all been about admission fees to rec centers. Really I've had some feedback on fees adjustments, really not that much. You may have gotten quite a bit more, Marilyn, than I did, but, and you know, I've heard from the golf community and some, off-site meetings, and I've heard from Ray a couple times, and we've had good conversations with the group, but really haven't had much input on the fee structures, which is option 1, because you also discussed, how do we fill this budget gap? That budget gap still exists. We were $900,000 down in 2022, and even with these adjustments, we're down $2 million. So if we do not do something, how should the city fill that gap? You know, 21 positions is 20 positions, and it won't come from all recreation. And to John's point, we're in the same position as the school district on a lot of this on the budgets. So as we go into the budgets, we will have those discussions with the city manager's office and with other departments as we look at what do the numbers look like for 2024? Where's the tax base? What's going on? So that's just part of the discussion. If you have other ideas that fill in that budget gap, put those in the recommendation. Or in your thoughts in the comments of John's, if it's an addendum to the recommendation.
You're assuming that budget gap is legitimate and reflects the desires of the community. And I think what we're hearing tonight makes me question that. You know, there were a lot of people who were very supportive of the department and everything we do, and said, you guys should be given more money. And I think we need to, at least I'm interested in pushing that question forward to your superiors.
And I think that would be an addendum to a recommendation. And to the point of the priority-based budgeting, if everything's a priority, then nothing is a priority. So we went to the cuts with Prairie Park Nature Center. Would there still be an admission fee for Prairie Park? And you know, is that consistent? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But everybody said, do not, you know, let's say Prairie Park Nature Center. So our goal, our task of the department is make them financially sustainable for the future. And so that's what I'm trying to do, to get them back on track. They're bringing in revenue about 10, 11%. Historically, they brought in 27%. Salaries are $350,000 of their $424,000 budget. It's just astounding. And animals cost a lot to feed. They have got a lot of donations. But it's gonna be, if we don't do this, then what is a tier 4? We have 3 tier 4s, cemeteries, levees, Prairie Park Nature Center, and golf. And every department has tier 4s and we have tier 1s. So I think the priority-based budgeting is gonna come up again on, what's sustainable and how we're going forward. And I totally get it. This is not easy and it's not simple recommendations. And the tools of a director are very limited. We do make changes in staffing. So when a position was lost, we put the priority to put that position, and the adult supervisor left over at the East Lawrence Center, so they'd have a full-time person over there. And we chose not to fill that supervisor position, so.
Well, maybe what we do then is we split the issues, okay? And we vote on each of them. And then what I would do is make sure that we as an advisory board, we communicated with the mayor and city commission and said, this is an issue that goes beyond,
And do we all individually do that? Do we draft a letter from the board? How does that?
I mean, in the last time this all came up, the chair, which was me at the time, I drafted a letter that the advisory board approved.
I mean, because for me, I think we could split the two things out. I know I've made it pretty clear how I feel about the fees. I do not think we should charge anything for our community to pay to go to any of our centers. I felt that way from day one, but I wanted to hear everybody else. But I really think sponsorship is a gaping hole in Parks and Rec and in our community. And I think that needs to come to the forefront. And as Mark had mentioned earlier, we need to come up with a number. So maybe we need to come up with a number, and that needs to be how this matching needs to begin for Parks and Rec at this point. So we're not taking it back to our citizens and the people who live in Douglas County. We're going to start finding other ways to raise our revenues so it doesn't come back to the people constantly. And I don't know if that can be tied in, or that has to be in a letter, or how we roll with that too.
I think that would be a longer term consideration. I mean, the consideration right now is, how do we get the attention of the city commission on these issues that clearly go beyond our authority and scope. But I think the programming of fees, I think we can go ahead with that, at least to show some good faith,
So I'm gonna articulate what I am taking away as the major issues that need to go back to the city commission. One being, what's up with this budget? And are there things in it that really aren't making that target an accurate and fair target? And two, back to this political obligation and responsibility of what your community is taking away as the process, the transparency, and what they believe as taxpayers they should be getting for that money. Because there is a story in the community that these places are not supposed to cost more than we as taxpayers are paying it already. So, and I agree.
So what we could do is we could vote for the programming phase, vote yes, programming phase, separately vote no, and then have an explanation of, the reason why we wrote.
Because I think that what I just heard over and over and over again, the big picture is the $200,000 raised by the admission fees costs this community so much more in so many other ways. Whether it's the 18 to 30-year-olds, whether it's the parents, whether it's the senior citizens. and it doesn't align with the strategic plan of the city overall, to come back around and be like, no, we're gonna charge you for this.
I think we're gonna have to take a vote on each one, because I don't wanna just say by consensus that we should all vote yes on the first. I mean, I have problems with the first part because aquatics is going up so much and there's no provision for low-income people.
So could we do a proposal, a caveat into option one to reassess the
Well, I think you can call the
portion?
question, you can ask us to vote on, okay, program fees. Do you support or not support the task force recommendation? And we can all vote on that. Second one, to admission fees, do each of you support or not support the task force recommendation?
And then by our voting, that is us saying that we are moving forward on option one, option two, either yay or nay, or yay, yay, nay, nay, basically. Okay?
Correct.
All right, well,
So let's.
Jackie?
yes, John?
Jackie, I have a question. I have it written down here, and I need to have a little clarification before we do anything for me. I know there was an article in the paper, and Derek made a comment that we listened to the community. And I assume that was part of charging people. In all the emails I got, I didn't get one that said anything. They were all negative. And I'm curious, do you have a list of people that called and supported it, or emails, Derek, that we didn't get shared? Because if you listen to the community, I don't think there's one person who talked about charging people. Am I wrong?
There was one.
There was one.
I think it was the equity piece, if all kids were free and at the low income, I think that was the piece to recall.
We got some support for that.
We got support for that.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie.
Are we ready to call the question?
All right, so.
Questions?
Yeah, I think it is questions. So advisory board, what we're gonna look to try to do is we're gonna first vote on option one.
Well, you need a motion.
So I need a
You
motion. Okay, so I need a
yeah.
motion from,
Okay, this is John Dalbanian, board member. So option one is about the
Program fees.
program fees. I vote that we endorse the task force recommendation on program fees.
I assume you need a second.
He does need a second.
I will make a second on that.
all right, so we have a proposal by John and a second by Amber. All those in favor of moving forward with the vote for the task force recommendation on option one, can you raise your hand and say aye?
3, 4, okay, Andrea.
Okay, so
Four,
okay.
Andrea's 4.
Aye, sorry.
Andrea, Amber,
So what is it, 4-3,
Jackie,
4-2?
John, and so we have
And then
four.
you have to say nay.
And for all those nays,
2, 3.
3.
so option one passes 4-3.
Okay.
And now we're looking for a proposal on option two,
Motion.
a motion for option two.
So can the motion be to deny that recommendation, or?
You can make your motion whatever you want to
Make a
be.
positive,
Okay.
let's make a positive one, then vote it down.
Okay.
That would be, I think,
Okay.
more appropriate. So I'll do that too. So I move that we recommend fee structure for admission to facilities. That was recommended by the task force.
All right, so we're looking for a second for that.
So this is where I'm confused. If you second it, that means you're voting yay, right?
No, it doesn't mean that. You
Okay,
just
well
said
then I'll
just-
second it.
Then you're just allowing the vote
Okay,
to take
happen.
place.
I'll second it.
Please,
All right.
please review that motion. I don't understand it.
John, could you repeat it?
Probably not.
Okay, I have, you wanna do it? Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I have that, the recommendation for option two for the fee structure as proposed
By the task.
by the task force.
Which is the facility fees.
which is the facility fees.
Admission, yes.
Admission, okay. All right. So all those on the board in favor? All those opposed?
I'm gonna vote in favor.
Okay, so we have one, okay, so one favor, all right. To repeat, all those opposed? All right,
It makes it look like a reasonable vote.
all right. So second one, we have 6-1.
Correct.
To second. All right. I feel like we should, on behalf of the advisory board, work on a letter and that we can give
Yes.
to the city commission. I can work on putting that together
Oh, great.
and kind of allow everyone else to edit it and work on it. Is that doable, or can we not do that, or you?
You're gonna need to, yeah, we'll
Okay.
need to figure that piece
Okay.
out. We can do that.
Okay,
But it'll have to be through me and then sent. You can't
or can we
do the
work on
back-
it through the task
Well, what you
force?
can do is, if you wanna have the task force reconvene, you can do that. You can create a whole new task force if you wanted to, or a little subcommittee to
How many
write the
people?
letter.
Is 3 the max for the task force?
Yes, no, 4. Well, actually, right now, because we have 8, yeah, that's a good question. Because that's an even number.
Well, we should see if anybody else.
Yeah, 3 to be
So, I
safe.
mean, is there anybody else that's interested in serving in that role now? Board members?
I think you're the rock stars.
all right, well, how about we work on writing a letter that we can get out then too? Let's do that, okay.
And then what we'll maybe
Don't make
need.
it a long letter. Okay,
No.
really, I'm just, you know, I think, you know, there's gonna be a newspaper article, there's gonna be a Lawrence Times article, there's gonna be enough, you know, city commission would have to be totally out of it not to get a sense of what went on. So all we need to do is to say, look, this is serious stuff, you've been,
I feel like we can
Well,
put this
and-
together, we've.
What we'll have to do though is it'll have to be approved by the board for it to be sent
Okay.
by the board. So it could be the next month or a special meeting or something that we can make. I'll have to talk with
well, we
legal to
could
see if we
probably
can
do
do
it
that.
online.
We'll have to see about that. I'll talk with Tony about that. The other piece to that is, once it gets written, I will put it on the agenda, on the consent agenda for the commission, then that they can pull. We recently did this with the Cultural Arts Commission. We had that board write a letter and then they had a discussion from it. So that may be the way it goes, or it could be the city manager report from where this springs from as well. So, but there, I just want to let you know the process
Right.
of how that letter goes to the commission.
Thank you.
We'll say that
It will be put on the consent agenda once it's been approved by the board, to be put on the consent
city
agenda.
commission's
Yes,
consent
yes,
agenda.
yes. And then they
But
can
not
pull it.
before,
Because the city manager report could
Right,
come before
Right, correct,
the,
correct. So it could actually
So-
put this in moot, but I still think it's important to write the letter,
yes.
just so you have a sense of a board as what your whole focus was.
and to me, I think that letter should be attached to the city manager's report.
Well, we'll have to maybe do a special meeting then, and I'll work with legal to see what the coma replication.
You can just do a special meeting, it's just this and it.
You could, it could take,
Should not be-
Because they're
should not be very long, yes.
They're gonna pay attention to the city manager's report.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where I think that data should be in just one
Yes.
piece. So,
And then we should have the letter as soon as possible, then I'm assuming, right?
and that's going back to Roger's.
Right.
point on
Okay, so you.
Well, you could approve, see, this is where the board can approve a letter, but are you gonna have 3 people write it and say, yeah, I agree with everything in the letter? That's the question, that you guys have to decide as a board.
Oh, you mean when the.
Task force.
Well, no, as a board,
As a
because
board,
if you wanna just say, if the board wants to say, task force, write this letter on behalf of the board, then that gives you the freedom to do that. But without them seeing the letter, that's the piece.
Can they receive the letter individually in an email and just approve it
I can,
through email?
I can send it out to everybody, once you've written it. I need to find out because there is some legal things with coma and emails. We can't get in an email reply all
Sure.
thing, as you know, on every email I send you guys.
Right,
Okay,
but it's possible that people can just be like yes or no on that letter.
I don't want to give you an answer to
Okay.
that. I will find that out.
okay.
Fair.
So let's schedule a meeting then. Okay, so in terms of the agenda item 2, we're good on this now, we can go to because we're not done with our meeting yet, so.
Correct.
Okay,
I might need another break.
okay. Can we take a 5-minute break again, everybody? 5-minute break?
Let's
Okay.
make it 10, it's been a long time.
Thank you, everybody who has stuck around.
It really was very enlightening. Heard a lot.
Not gonna stick around long?
I've got a file of story.
Gotcha.
Thanks for letting me crash your table though.
too.
Okay, we're gonna get started again.
Let's go back.
I want to clarify letter
Yep.
that the board wants to do.
Okay.
You can do it, like we said, have the task force, you can basically have the board write the letter, and then we'll
Thanks,
submit
Wayne.
it in without sight unseen with everybody. You can have the task force write the letter, and then we can convene a special meeting. There's a little bit of stuff I have to do to get that done, but that's not a problem either. To have a special meeting, to get the meeting to put with his stuff that goes up to the city commission as
Why can't
well.
we all just vote by email if we're not talking to each other?
Because it's a coma thing. That's just the biggest, it's the email, because then what else are you doing through email
So we could have.
as a board?
We could have a Zoom call.
We could, but we'd have to, because it would be convened and it would be a public meeting. So public could sign up for it, but it would last 5 minutes potentially, unless somebody had something to discuss. But what I would suggest you do with the letter is to kind of frame it. So you guys you all discuss what you want in that letter. And I think you kind of spell that out, if that's what you guys all feel. If the board feels those three things that you listed off.
Well, we can kick it tonight back to all the board members and say, is there anything in particular that you want
Right,
addressed?
so that's what I would
Yeah,
I think
suggest.
that's,
So
okay.
if there's things that you want in the letter that you will be writing it toward.
Let's talk
So
about it now.
There you go, exactly.
Okay.
So I think we're still on number 2 then.
Yeah, that's on the.
Sorry.
All right, so thanks for hanging with us, everyone on Zoom, board members. So we do want to write a letter that will go with everything that Derek takes to the city manager. So if there's things you'd like to comment on now, raise your hand and let me know, and we'll try to figure out what we're gonna put in this letter. So,
Jackie, do you want my closing thoughts on this, or do you want me to wait till at the end of the meeting?
Well, you have your time if you want to speak to this thing, we can, but don't you want to, are you guys all good with the letter then?
I just want to make sure anyone
Write
here
down the
has
three
something.
things that you asked.
I think.
I started writing.
I think one thing that should be in the letter is something about the range of comments, the content of the comments raise the values issues that really affect the community as a whole. And that we thought should be addressed by the city commission. Something like that.
Great, thanks, John. John Blazek, Andrea, Val?
This is Andrea, board member. I definitely think we need to put in what Amber said about, the city's goals and strategic plan aligning with the proposal, because I think that is, really relevant to be looking at what the city as a whole is wanting, and then what we're doing, so. And then discussing, the budget and, the revenue and that kind of stuff, so.
Do we know enough about the strategic plan of the city to know that this would, that what we would, how our proposal?
Yeah, and unmistakably Lawrence, we get all the different.
Well, if you look at PBB is ties to the strategic plan. So facilities are actually tier 3, if I recall, if you really get down into it. Tier 2 is our rec programming. Tier 1 is open spaces, and then tier 4 was the other 3 items we mentioned.
But those tiers were voted on by city staff, not by the community.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the PBP.
Okay.
But yes.
Well,
Can the rec centers in the sense of admission or no admission not be seen as open space, analogous to the parks? We get the money for the parks, we get the money for the loop.
So if you go back to our cost recovery model, the open spaces are not staffed facilities or staffed parks. There's no admission, there's no fence. When you start to raise into the cost recovery model of a staffed facility and that 10 to 50% recovery, that's where you're crossing that line and is staff's involved.
There's someone who has to lock and unlock that door. Yeah.
I did see Casey come up. I didn't know if she had any comments. or thoughts?
Oh, thanks, Derek. Sorry, this is Casey Toomey. I'm an assistant city manager. I've been sitting through the discussion and appreciate all of the board members' input and all of the public that we heard from tonight. I did just want to make one point about the strategic plan, that the other part of our strategic plan is our commitments. And those commitments include fiscal stewardship, they include environmental sustainability, they include equity and inclusion, they include community engagement, which we've had a lot of here tonight. So as you talk about the strategic plan, keep in mind that everything that we do, if we just look at something through one of those lenses, we might make a different decision than if we look at them through all of them and have to balance all of those. So I just wanted to, I hadn't heard much talk about those. I've heard you all talk a lot tonight about equity and inclusion. And I've heard us kind of talk about the other ones, but maybe not quite as coming out directly and saying that, you know, as we talk about our strategic plan, we really are all trying to balance those commitments across all of what we do. And that work is our community's work to do. And we would all individually balance them maybe different ways. But when we as a community come together and try to figure out how we balance those, that's where these conversations are lying. So that's just the only thing I would add.
That was helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Casey.
Yeah, can I ask Casey a question? Casey, you're still there? Is it possible to resolve this question? Maybe it's not you, maybe it's one of these staff, of whether the citizens were promised that Sports Pavilion Lawrence would be free in perpetuity?
You know, I can't tell you anything that the other staff members on the call haven't already said. I've been sitting here during this discussion, going back and looking through old agendas. I looked through the site that Roger mentioned, and I haven't pulled out any contracts or anything. But as far as I know, I still haven't found anything. I did find, I think, the article that the gentleman was talking about that mentioned the city manager at the time. The article I saw, the quote was separate from what the city manager said. So I think that there have been lots of conversations in our community about this project. It's had lots of different names. It's had lots of different forms. And so there, I don't want to say one way or the other, definitely. So I think that's where I would stop. I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't be more definitive. But like everybody else said, as far as I recall, there was never an official action by the city commission. There were also conversations, now I'm not stopping. There were also conversations about keeping one of the courts open and free. And part of me wonders if some of that may have gotten into this, to the community conversation that, as the years have gone by, a conversation about, is there always going to be a free court, might have gotten conflated with this conversation about how we recover the costs.
I mean, there were enough people here who don't know each other, who had the same recollection, that I think it would be good for the city to, and I don't know if this is legal or what, to either confirm or deny that this was ever a promise made, because there sure are a lot of people who think it was.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm asking this for help. If people know how we can prove something that didn't happen, I'd like to hear that. We can go back and look at the official records, right? We have city commission meeting agendas from all those years. We have the meetings are recorded, so we can go back and look through all of that. But that's where I'm struggling with. How do we? But of course, we want the community to feel like we're doing, following through on those commitments. But how do we rebuild that? So I hear you, and we'll do our best to go back and keep looking. But
So that really goes back to the trust of all of this, I think, is the core to that. So, okay. Thanks, Casey. John Blazik, did you have anything immediately that you'd like to see in a letter that we're going to give to the city manager? Anything you wanted to make sure we put in there?
I just kind of go back, and I heard a lot of people talk about transparency, just what you guys mentioned. I think that's something that's got to be brought up. I've only been here 10 or 11 years, so I don't know much about that. If they promised no taxes or, fees. I still go back to this, people. I'm on an advisory board. Derek's the director. He needs to make the decision, and the mayor and the city council and the city manager go from there. And then if they go with the increases, I'm sending all my emails to Derek. And I don't mean to be, I don't mind taking the heat, but I've not yet ran into one person that agreed with this. So I'm a volunteer and I'm an advisory board. If I was a paid city commission, I would have my opinion and I know how I would vote. So take it from there. I didn't say much like normal, but I think transparency is huge.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
John.
Jack.
All right, so that's all we need with the letter. So I feel we are
So
good.
are we gonna write the letter and then have the convene a meeting? Is that what you're wanting to do? Or are you wanting to ask the board to allow you to write the letter and see it sight unseen? I mean, they'll send it.
It doesn't hurt my feelings to have a quick Zoom meeting. Like
Okay.
that's what the board,
Okay.
that's more
Then we will-
transparency, more double checking.
Okay. Do we wanna look at that 20, what was it, the one?
23rd.
23rd or something, if we wanna try to make that be the meeting, and then I can work on getting that for that date.
Still open on my calendar.
Open on my calendar.
Okay. And again, since it's a short meeting, I don't think if there's a different time, unless you wanna keep it at the 5:30, that's fine too.
Yeah.
That works for me.
5:30, okay.
So it'd be at first.
Don't worry about that, that's not.
What time?
5:30 PM on January 23rd.
And then Zoom only or in person too?
We'll have it,
It's because it's a city.
yeah, we'll have it
Okay,
here,
got
but
it.
you can be Zoom.
They'll already occur.
Okay, if that's okay.
Well, the fees will already have occurred by February 1st, which is a Wednesday, so the first city commission meeting would be February 7th, so they'll get the city commission report after fees.
When are you getting your city manager report on the agenda?
Well, it'd be nice to get it before February
But when
1st.
when are you, yeah, of course it would be. When are you planning?
I would think.
It takes 2 weeks, or I know we can
That'd be
get
the
it
24th. Correct? If it's tomorrow's the 10th, so 2 weeks would be the 24th.
Okay, so we need
But if they don't do the letter
Okay.
until the 23rd, I guess we could update the,
I don't think we have a meeting on the 24th.
There you go.
so it's gonna
Thank
be
you, Casey.
February 7th, is that correct?
Yeah, this is messed up.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's
thought you
what-
were trying to get it on the 17th, Derek, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Are you on the 17th?
But that's,
Could we
I
make
thought
the
that's why.
17th?
I mean,
Okay, what we're gonna have to do is, we'll put it on hold and then we'll figure out a date and we'll get it all.
Okay.
I'll work with Casey
Okay.
and everybody tomorrow and we'll get it.
Gotta be.
Monday, the
Hey.
16th is Martin Luther King Day,
Right.
which is a bad day for a
And
public
it's a
meeting.
holiday,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a holiday.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
And I'm driving home from tour.
It's got to be before the
Okay.
program fees.
We'll figure that out.
Let me,
We'll work on
Next,
that.
January
We'll work on
next
that.
week then.
But it's gonna have to be pretty quick, so you'll
Okay.
have to get together and write that letter.
We can do that. That's easy.
Do you need a staff at all with you writing the letter? Just have a staff liaison, just so you were part of it. If you need Lindsay, you can have her there for the meeting. Okay.
I'm gonna figure it out. Yeah, and it'll have to be, because I go back on the road Wednesday morning, so I'm out of town, but
Okay, Willie.
I can work wherever.
Okay, Willie.
Huh?
Willie Nelson.
No, Willie, different.
On the road again.
I'm on the road again though,
That's what I'm
yes.
saying, yeah.
Got it. All right, so we'll start figuring that out. Okay, so now we're going back to agenda item what? Which is board elections.
Must be the-
Yeah, right.
That was poorly planned, I think. All right,
So
The floor will be open for nominations.
the floor is open for nominations for board elections.
For the for the chair of the
Chair
board.
of the board for the 2024, 23 years. 2023 year.
Because it takes, when does it change?
It starts, well, it's supposed to start tonight, but what usually happens is they get voted in January. The person will last until the end of January because usually this happens at the beginning of the board meeting. And so then they just stay and do the formalities of that meeting typically.
Well, I would like to nominate Jackie Becker to remain chair, please.
And Jackie Becker is saying no because I have been elected the president of the Just Food Board this year. And I cannot do both.
Gotcha.
And so
Fair,
I feel like a year
fair.
is a good amount of service for the time that I've done. I'm remaining on the board, but I cannot be the chair
Gotcha.
this year.
But how about I nominate Amber?
Makes me very nervous to think about being the chair.
So not good idea or what?
I don't know, it looks hard.
I'd like to nominate John Albandi. We've had a little bit of a history.
Yeah.
The vice chair moved into the chair role. Would you be willing to serve, John?
Well, if I had the confidence of the rest of you, I would, yeah.
I would do that.
So you need a second for that nomination that's on the floor. So wait, first of all,
I remove my nomination.
okay, thank you.
So then we have a John Nalbandian.
Well, John Nalbandian nominated her.
Okay.
And so do you want to lift your nomination? Okay, so
Remove.
now we need a second to Marilyn's.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All right, so all those in favor of John becoming.
Well, is there any other nomination?
Do we do the whole ticket or one at a time?
No, you can do another nomination for chair
Oh,
if there is any other one.
Oh.
But you want to vote on these separately though.
okay, that's what I'm saying. So we have to do a whole ticket. Okay.
No, you do the chair and then the vice chair.
Anyone else want
But
to?
you have a motion on the floor that you gotta take care of, so we gotta,
Okay.
yeah.
So there's a motion on the floor for John Nalbandian to be the chair. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, unanimous.
Unanimous.
Congratulations, John.
Congratulations, John. And I would like to nominate Amber Nickel for the vice chair.
I would take that nomination.
Oh, good, okay.
And
I
who-
second.
Okay, Val.
Second.
Thank you, Val.
All right. All those in favor for Amber Nickel as vice chair?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thanks.
Okay.
All
Excellent.
right.
So our new chair will be John Nalbandian and our vice chair will be Amber Nickel. Congratulations.
Thank you. Look forward to serving and learning from you.
All right, now we are on to E, concerns board other items of interest.
Nothing left in the tank.
I got nothing.
I'm not interested in it.
Okay,
John, did you have anything, Lozic? For the, okay,
no,
great.
okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, we're moving on to F, other. Let's start with the recreation report. All right,
I got nothing.
I read it.
Our recreation assistant director, I have a division report that was attached with the agenda, but I don't have anything further than that.
Thank you. Moving on to number 2, communications and events.
Right, we're putting together events for this year. And then we're also looking at the activity guide, getting that put back together for print as well. So that'll be coming for the summer. We're working on the summer camps. That'll be coming out in February. So that'll be an in-house brochure that has all that stuff in it. And I just want to thank the community for coming out today and for also all the emails that I received. And please know that those things do matter to us. I know there was a lot of heartfelt conversation even from this seat tonight, and I could sense it from a lot of people. And I know it takes a lot to speak up. And I appreciate people that find their voice and are able to speak truth to power, or whatever you want to say. It is something. That's what community is. It's not pretty sometimes. And I just want to say thank you to the board too. As people pointed out, you're a volunteer board. And I know you've gotten a lot of emails and probably have been hit up in places when you've gone places. I know one person in particular today. So know that it doesn't go unnoticed as well. So thank you.
Moving on to parks. Mark?
Hello, I have a 30-page report I'd like to.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to take you off of Zoom.
You ain't got a bad connection. Under a tunnel.
No, really briefly, we're starting to take down some of the holiday lights. So that's kind of traditionally, we'll scale things back. The downtown Mass Street will stay up till February 14th, so Valentine's Day. But we start taking down some of the outlying beds and whatnot. Also doing a lot of work on getting things lined up for 2023, some mowing contracts and various construction projects.
Mark, you might mention the Water Tower Park meeting that we've got the meeting. I'm getting ready to send the letter out. February 8th, wasn't it, that we had down for that meeting? I know it hasn't been publicized yet, but that was the date. Isn't that correct?
You already told him. He stole my thunder.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a meeting we've been talking about to get back with that neighborhood on the park redevelopment after the water tower. So we need to come up with a 2024 CIP project. We'll do public engagement to kind of figure out exactly what they want to do up there after the water tower is done in 24.
Do we know when, what time, place?
Those are things being worked out.
Okay.
That's why it's still in that stage, because I have to go through community engagement within the city too, to make sure that they understand and are part of this as well, so.
Thanks, Mark. And now on to the director's report.
Well, you don't have a lot, but I will close. I really do appreciate all the public's comments tonight and emails and phone calls, and they're still continuing to come in. And you know, as a department director, I'm very limited, and we've heard lots of things discussed in the budget on what tools I have in the toolkit and things I can use to adjust the budget. And I truly appreciate everybody's comments. They were from the heart, and I get it. Unless there is something that would significantly change the plan to increase current fees, charge admission fees for rec centers and Prairie Park Nature Center, the department's going to go ahead and move forward on the February 1st for the fee increases and the March 1st recommendation on a city manager's report to the city commission. I'm going to try and see if I can't get on there on the January 17th, so that gives opportunity if it is engaged with by the city commission or like more time to adjust. And then the department is still responsible for our budget and has to make the hard decisions, and going into the 2024 budget, some of those decisions will continue to be made, but at a different level. But again, I appreciate all the support of the board and taking on the task force. I know that's not an easy thing to do. I really appreciate the ideas and how can we potentially tailor something for the community, and we'll see where it goes from there. So thank you.
Thanks, Derek. All right, so noting on the calendar, February 13th is our next meeting. And then don't forget the LDC health report card, Tuesday, February 28th.
And
we'll be in contact on the other meeting.
And the other meeting then in between to go over the approval of the letter. So the final way to go out as the chair for this past year, but it's been enjoyable. And John, I look forward to passing it on to you. So right now I'm looking for one final adjournment motion.
Marilyn Hull, I move we adjourn.
Cal Renault, I second, and thank you, Jackie.
All right.
Thank you, Jackie.
thank you,
All in
Jackie.
favor of adjourning.
Yeah, Jackie, thank you so much.
Dig the dismount.
I actually got home last
I'll give you my cough now that I.
night. Oh my God. I'm like, look at
Surprised you guys were able to keep
Night, everyone.
All right.
Bye.